You've been here for the mainstay season, and now you've got to live through the playoffs as well, Dallas. We've got ourselves a great matchup to start things off. GVSU versus Alvernia University Gold. A 5-3 team of GVSU versus a 4-4 of Alvernia. It's our 5th and 4th seed facing off against each other.
Yeah, definitely some close contenders here we got going on today. I mean, just on the likes of the Champions Lowlands division, not something to really be playing around with. I mean, all things considered, knowing that these two teams, we're keeping things close. We're not showing the first seed and the last seed here in the first round. We're keeping things close, making sure to show you really what the middle of the batch has to offer. Because here in Valorant, you never know what you're going to get. You never know what these teams are capable of. And even then, so considering that, I mean, the meta shift coming around now, and I gotta say personally, it's been 2 weeks since Harbor's release. You never know it could be thrown out there.
Things can go crazy. Things can indeed go wild. We'll have to see what these players themselves are comfortable with. We are in a champions bracket, so it's like, hey, these are kind of like your top dogs to kind of show out and have fun with it. But all things considered, they may be our champions teams, but they are middle of the pack when it came to finishing out that middle season. So we'll have to see how it all turns out. First and foremost, we'll talk about the games we've got going on today. One of those, maybe a lack of a game going on today, because unfortunately a reschedule had to come through that for that first game of that night. That's why there was no 5 p.m. game earlier today. That's why we have GVSU starting things off versus Alvernia Gold. And then you got Fresno State Red versus that Sac State Gray. Another absolute banger, and I'm sure those casters as well, the viewers, are going to really enjoy that matchup when it comes down to it.
Yeah, you're going to be doing some little bit of a musical chair situation going on. I had the pleasure of working with Orbital on the next one, so that's going to be the kind of roster to line up with in the meantime. But going ahead, wrapping things back around in this game, we get ourselves obviously 5 seed, 4 seed. This is what we need to get done, and that's what we need to go ahead and discuss, because these teams can be really good going up here. And even then, I believe we have a layout of the entirety of playoffs to go ahead and give you a better sense of the bigger picture, what we're dealing with, what teams have really lined up where, and to let you know where exactly this roster specifically kind of lines up in this. Because you can see UH Premier UTD are kind of go ahead and find it out up there, but it's not any sleepers by any means necessary, a little bit under.
Yeah, I mean, the battle can obviously go through. You're expecting playoffs to be 1-8, 5-4, 2-7, 3-6. You'd expect Houston to be able to come out on top versus the side of UTD. So if you take the expected victor, aka Houston, you would expect the winner of this game to have a tough matchup ahead of them, considering how dominant Houston has been so far in the season. There's a reason why they are that top dog. But I do know TAMU is also an extremely strong team despite being that 7th seed. Yep. I think they could give FIU Gold a little bit of a run for their money. And that last game of Mizzou versus Redbird, that one's up for grabs, Dallas. That's one's anyone's game, truly speaking. Same as this one. There's only real separation we see are those top dogs at the very top, Houston being one of those more specifically. But we've got to actually find the victor for this one. So before we do that, let's actually talk about the teams themselves and highlight those players. One of these rosters actually a little younger than maybe previously anticipated. This one an all junior for the GVSU side. It's Loof, Beto, Illusion Dive, and Arax right on the board. Pretty interesting internet technology, information technology, a lot of international stuff for their side, but mostly tech related, which is quite nice to see considering it's all esports here, Dallas.
Yeah, and on the other side of the fence, we get ourselves in Alvernia. We get the likes of Orly, Stizout, Sim, Vigilance, and Hythe. All, once again, a very, very young roster. All the likes of freshmen, which is very interesting to see. Knowing we get ourselves, obviously, a little bit of leeway in terms of majority, in terms of seniority. You're going to see these rosters probably sticking around here for a while. Even on the other side, I mean, lots of juniors still maybe have this somewhat of a rivalry. Go ahead and sprout from this alone, knowing that we're in the playoffs. People get knocked out. We get to see what we're dealing with. But talking about things we're dealing with, we see the map picks now coming through. An interesting little start there with Breeze coming out as GVSU's initial pick. Haven as a retaliation coming out there from Alverania. And then Icebox as our decider. Not really to be expected to some extent, knowing that Haven and Icebox we usually see 9 times out of 10. But Breeze is a little bit of a starting ground, that home plate. That's something we don't get the pleasure of seeing too much. And GVSU obviously are very confident in bringing it out like that.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not Alvernia can close things out. They are a very young roster, but same thing can be said for GVSU. Keep in mind, GVSU missing a senior, the oldest player on their team. They're out for the count for some unknown reason, but they have their 6th man to go ahead and join on in. So they shouldn't be too lacking coming into this one. We've talked about their records only slightly. I mentioned GVSU being 5-3. They faced Alvernia Gold in week 1, and they won that one out in a 2-1 fashion. So there is a little bit of expectation for that regard, also being the 4 seed compared to the 5. And Alvernia, well, interestingly enough, Dallas, they have not won a game playing it out since week 5. The last 2 weeks, they picked up 2 wins, but they were off of forfeits. So maybe a question of whether they haven't gotten a solid game in, whether in other leagues and competitions, no matter what it may be. They haven't played in the NECC for quite a while.
Yeah, it really comes down to see exactly who can find themselves getting the initiative early, who can find themselves in a situation saying, all right, look, it doesn't matter what happened these previous weeks, it's playoffs now, whether forfeit wins, whether it be actual losses across the board, it doesn't matter. We have to get it together right here, right now. And you can even see a little bit of a mirror composition being brought out from that because there are no ropes barred on this map. You know what you're expecting, you know what you're getting. The Sova and the KO are kind of a necessity alongside that Viper, most obviously. It really just comes down to the kind of duelists that we're going to see here. And honestly, there's never really that too much of a diversity, but here in the Champions region, you do sometimes see that Neon being brought out instead over a Jet, which could definitely open up some more options across the field.
That fast lane more specifically being, well, working wonders over towards the B site to quickly engage towards the objective. A quick slide in, and you can contest wall down fairly well. But an interesting setup for the side of GVSU is I did not actually see a duelist on their list, though obviously we can't see it right now. It's going to be very entertaining to see this chamber battle that go down for GVSU. We've seen a lot of chambers in the NECC Dallas that absolutely pop off. We saw one, just last week that in the third map had a ridiculous showcase where they didn't really show up for map 1 nor map 2, but then carried and reasonably we thought was going to break a record for their KD ratio by the end of it, considering they were at one point or another at an 11 KD. It was a very entertaining matchup, and I'm hoping here on this one for Breeze, we have the exact same thing all over again.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, I'm just more excited about the GVSU kind of lineup because, I mean, we talk about the duelists, we talk about how open this map is the majority of the time. That's kind of a hot topic, not only just here in the NECC, but in Valorant in general. This map, it almost essentially feels like you need one just to close that space. And that's usually why Jet is the #1 go-to. Isolating yourself, looking for those combats on site, looking to go ahead and get a couple kills in the meantime, create that space for your squad, and they can just kind of close it out themselves and be fending alongside themselves, but they're not really kind of stranded on their own means. It's a very easy connection from on these sites, from the middle, from the back, whatever main area you got. But I mean, when you kind of lose that, when you're working with the Fade now, GVSU are looking to fight in and out, regardless of where it may be. Any kind of transition across the map, anytime getting onto a site, you're checking on these angles, you're hoping to hit those shots because you really have nothing else to work with.
Slow and steady wins the race in the attacking round. A lot of times you'll see teams aggress too quickly. Not this case, as it was a quick and very methodical push up through elbow by Vigilance. Unfortunately, they do lose their life, though High gets the refrag back, evening things out across the board. One player lying inside of Hall, leading over towards the B site. Quick use here. They're going to send a recon bolt over the top here for the side of Alvernia, maybe trying to snuff out some of the players moving towards the back of the site on B. KO still none the wiser, dies, still sitting steadfast inside Hall, finding 2, make it 3, and a 4th possibly available, as Sim is really trapped within the objective. Does get flashed, but it's to their rear, and they'll be able to find Dive off the back of it. Illusion, though, will cut down their doppelganger, and it will, in fact, fall to GVSU in the end.
Yeah, big sense already there from the get-go off a dive. Can't really do too much when you lose 3 players in the meantime. Sure, it's a pistol round. You're expecting these ghosts to look good. You got to get those kills with it, and those one-taps are ample everywhere across the board unless you see possibly Arena somewhere, and that's just not the case here on this map of Breeze. So a good look for him. Able to go ahead, buy up a Vandal as well. I mean, the guy's obviously feeling himself, and honestly, if you can carry that over not only just for this round, but the next one as well, you can possibly get yourself a Hunter's Fury and be a little bit of a follow-up and possibly shut some of those rifles down in the next one.
Pistols out for the, well, unfortunately attacking side, meaning they will have to close that space. Take advantage of the closer range of that classic. Free gun, by the way, but the right click could be nice. Vigilance, though, has brought the Marshal and hopes to really deal some damage. May require 2 hits, though, if there is any armor on the side of GVSU. Queuing up their Tailwind, ready to dash on out. Here. Still, once again, that KO in the back of sight. Not really giving up their position just yet. ARAX getting a lot of intel there off the jump peak. Height's pressuring in through B main, but it still looks like Spike will be left on over towards A, and a first blood will actually be netted by GVSU as Time manages to find themselves yet another kill, much like last round, just needs 2 more to match that same tally.
Yeah, I find it interesting. We're still seeing somewhat of a buy, a little bit of a force come out from Alvernia. They obviously have a lot of confidence in their plays and their, playmaking capability. But when you see that shorty going right there into A main, there's just not much you can do against, especially even a headhunter. That 150 bullets going to do enough, especially to the head. The Vandal results getting a kill as well. It's down to a 5v1 situation, and Dive, that one player we mentioned in that last round, looking to go and heat things up once more with that Vandal in hand to get a 3rd here, looking for a 4th.
Tying things up, getting a little bit closer as well to trying to break that KD record. We said we wanted to highlight player Dallas, and it looks like Dive is trying to be just that. Though Stiz, the only player left standing, working all the way in through Cannon, now over towards that B main side. ARAX on the objective, though, will probably be the first to meet them, but Dive is just rushing on in, and unfortunately, that will be all they'll get. A rifle will be dropped, but you can trade that Bulldog for the better gun, and maybe try to get it over to Jakeo, and that will be the case. ARAX will trade out the SMG they had previously.
Yeah, happy to have a teammate nearby to go ahead and pick up that gun, look at the exchanges, say, all right, Dive, you're looking good with it. I mean, let's go ahead, give me back the guns that we got to work with. And I mean, rightfully so. You had that Bulldog, go ahead, repay the favor to the rest of the squad, kind of pass these things down. You're expecting Dive to go off here, get some kind of result, maybe with the Hunter's Fury there to go ahead and stall a take or whatever need be, or even then maybe choke these players up in a main if they can really predict that case scenario. But that's going to be a little bit of a gamble across the board. I would love to see it, most especially as you can already see the pings coming through from that defense. So possibly going ahead and having an idea about locking it down. That's why we saw the early knife, possibly getting that information to see if it's worth. You go ahead and press that X button. But instead, you're looking at full push coming right in from double doors. Not too much of a real influence there today. Some blood has definitely been shed, but no kills just yet until Dive obviously does the same thing he's done thus far.
Who else but Dive setting up once again for a prospective 3K. What a great standing there from Stairs. Not much more to go off of. Quick bounce there from the bottom left of Pyramid. A nice angle to be able to at least spot one cleared away, though. Dive finds their third and make it a fourth. Not going to be denied of it this time around. A possible prospective ace also available. Hythe will go for the kill. And once again, Dive is denied of going past that big point. They'll finally reaching the 4 margin, unlike the last two. Slightly getting better every single round, but unfortunately losing their life every single round. The only player to do so on the side of GVSU.
Yeah, big stays coming out here from the likes of GVSU. Able to go ahead and get themselves these 3 rounds on the board, kind of a little bit of a consecutive run that we don't see too often, quite honestly. Unless you see maybe someone with a switch up, or even then just an absolute dominant pace, maybe a little bit of a clutch. But that was just outright one gunfight. So we saw Dive do the same thing, and the same kind of recipe that we've seen go ahead and play with thus far. Have enough money there for the operator in the rear end, knowing that, I mean, so many teammates have so much money to play with that honestly, I'll just take the sack right off the get-go. See what we can get done there. As you see a little bit of a scratchy round trying to come out here from Alvernia, as they do kind of get red out with the Hunter's Fury, but no actual hits to go down, no real information, but a quick little trade to go ahead and start things off.
Vito, the operator, Vigilance with a Spectre, making it 1-for-1 tit for tat. Illusion getting pressured by Vigilance, and that'll be a successful frag netted by the Alvernia Gold side. They've gotten down Spike, now forcing a time constraint in the laps now of GVSU. Vito misses a very important shot primed against Vigilance with the operator up inside Nest. Looking for another one, and fortunately, it'll be cleared out before they get the chance. Dive, though, will fall for the spray down of Vigilance, who gets themselves a 3K before inevitably falling quickly afterwards. GVSU, though, a man disadvantage. Both players in sight, theoretically, but a Viper's pit for the side of Alvernia Gold makes things very difficult in terms of line of sight. Hythe from doors misses very important headhunter shots. It'll be a step in there by ARAX, but unfortunately, Stizout gets the upper hand. And despite the somewhat limited arsenal we've seen from the players actually inside of the objective, as well as the headhunter brought out previously, it's a round win coming out for Alvernia, who say, you may take 3 in us, but you're not going to take 4 just yet.
It's a beautiful wonder what you can kind of accomplish when you get a Viper's pit to work with, and we've seen exactly that come into full exposure with the likes of Alvernia here in the early stages. They're able to go ahead and make themselves a little bit of closure. We talked about that full push coming out from doors. They had that nice wall to back themselves up. They don't go for the very upfront approach, and even then, I mean, that's one of those better alternative avenues that you can't really make too much use of. I mean, we talk about tunnel then again and again and again, and it's great. And if you can actually make sure to manage to hit those shots and find those kills, well, once you kind of lap things around, once you go through the middle of the map, you find much more pressure. You've already gone ahead and won a little bit of that war of attrition, gotten that land, found that initiative towards that site, and don't have to clear as much space, which GVSU may be employing considering they don't have a duelist, but even then, speaking of duelists, you got that Blazehorn to work with in this round.
Dive Aldrone over the top from Nest, able to gather a little bit of information, also forces Orly back as they were tagged by it. Notice, though, how Alvernia have spread themselves out quite thin. Initially, their Viper teasing over towards Tube on the A side, now relocating themselves and pivoting back through spawn. The rest of the team, though, sequestered over towards B main, initially looking to elbow, but maybe not liking that pressure that Dive was initially bringing over inside Nest. So, looks like they'll move out through B main instead. Aljo to go through. Vigilance will follow suit. 0 points used, but doesn't seem to gather enough information. We cannot shut down Vigilance. Illusion swings out from wall, able to find one, can't find another as the tour de force of Hythe gets the kill instead. ARAX finds a wall bang, this one pristine to Orly's head. Sims trapped on site, suppressed as well, and unfortunately that will be where they stay as Beto finally hits themselves a very clean shot. ARAX with another one, another wall bang, might I add. Good for the 2K, looking for a third, denied from their doppelganger of Stizout. Stizout the only player left standing, trapped in back of B. A flash over the top, takes down Dive, makes things seems more applicable, but Loof right behind, close as ever. Footsteps not necessarily heard. Stizout is just praying for it. They don't know Loof has actually sat on the corner. And apparently Loof doesn't know Stizout has pushed out, requiring BDO to find themselves a kill with the Headhunter instead.
Yeah, big sense there. I mean, even then, another good round on the board for GVSU. You saw the Blaze Storm come out from Alvernia, but I mean, there's just not too much they could have done in a situation like that when you're expecting your jet to be pushing up, constantly aggressive, getting in the face when you're against not only just an operator, but a tour de force as well. It makes things very difficult, knowing how open this map is, how large it is, how much of a gap you have to close, and even then making sure you hit those shots as well when you don't have that luxury of zooming things in. So, already, a little bit of a timeout to be coming out from Alvernia. Can't really blame them. It's been a difficult road to get here. They got that one round that was a thrifty, which is impressive for them. But ever since they got these guns to actually play with and an actual arsenal under their wings, it's seemingly like they can't find the gameplay. It's like they can't find the execution, the blueprints to lay out. But honestly, the more time you take, the more little refined it looks.
We noted before that it required a Viper's Pit for them to find their first round, and you'd maybe assume that they're a team that struggles with that ultimates necessarily under their belt, but they used 2 in that last round at minimum. The Tour de Force and the Blade Storm, neither one truly finding the impact they wanted. Vigilance had gone over the top, got taken down fairly quickly. There was one successful shot there by Hype, but that was it. Not much more to go off of, and now they only have one more remaining. It is a no command, which would be quite nice, extending quickly over towards that B site, making things very difficult. But past that, you really got to pray that Orly can start to charge up that quick use of the Hunter's Fury, which has been GVSU having already done that by round 3, let alone the fact that Orly has not charged it once at this point, now going into round 6. Though, quick recon bolt over the top. There goes that no command I mentioned. It looks like Alvernia are going to start to expedite towards the site here, Dallas.
I mean, really can't blame them. Aggression's the aim of the game. Go ahead and close that gap as fast as you can, especially when you got the guns. It seems like you take a whole timeout for that. A lot of teams like to slow the pace down. So you need to make a little bit more decisions, lay stuff out. But instead, when you switch it up and say, honestly, the faster we get there, the less they're going to expect it, and the more we're going to catch them off guard. But this isn't really the case just yet. A 1-for-1, as we do see Illusion able to go ahead and capitalize on that and find a second finally. But still, there's a little bit more that needs to be done.
Prowler around the corner. Great setup by Lou, finding themselves a second. It's a third total in the round. Dive is moved from Pillar. Sim is the only player remaining now for the Alvernia side, and Loof will submit their name in the 4K spread as they'll take down the last remaining player who moved in from Hall. GVSU, a retake, wildly successful, Dallas, as they take it out and get 3 players remaining by the end of it, because Loof just was not getting swung by Stizout, who had already found a kill there with the Spectre. You have an up-close and personal SMG, swing that angle. You know the player is there because it was called out by, I believe it was Vigilance at the time, that had overextended over towards Arches, McDonald's, aka. It's just miscommunications. I feel like Alvernia aren't communicating as well as they could about where players may lie.
There.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, the amount of aggression, they found themselves some pretty nice, areas, and even then nice little layouts to get themselves on site. I mean, they're aggressive. They find the results they need to get that spike down. Problem is, it's the post plan. I mean, even then, look, they result themselves kills. They do good at getting those initial first bloods, but problem is they don't really have the weapons there to back it up typically. As you can see, the exchanges going through. I mean, 2 for 2, good to get that spike control. Even then, good to get that site control. You got those 2 guns to work with now, but Dive is on site, and this is a player that you're kind of got to be scared of.
I mean, Dive also shuts down the ability for the opposing side of Alvernia to collect the rifle that was in the hands there of their KO. Iraq's head getting felled by a Stinger instead. Look at the flank coming out from Loof, though. You'll start to see the extension from Alvernia over towards the back of B. They want that rifle, and Stizout will be denied of picking it up once again. That was their game plan, seemingly, Dallas. Get in quick, find early kills, and then pick up the rifles that should be in the hands of GVSU that get scattered down to the floorboards once you get that kill. They fail on doing so. Orly gets a nice stinger to the player of Iraq, swings back, goes for it. Dive gets the refrag, go for another, get killed off by BDO, go for another, get killed out by the last remaining player. Alvernia are just having this game plan set in stone, and it's falling through their fingertips. Ruthless aggression is a strategy you can need and work with like a ball of dough, but it would be better to already have the plan set in stone. Calculated aggression. Make it a bit more tactical. Don't extend just to extend. Don't aggress just to be aggressive. Think things through and kind of give yourself a second guess. Should I really do this right now? What if they're here? What if they're here? And think it through first.
Yeah, and if you didn't think about the word aggression and kind of typically what that means and what you get out of it, you don't really stop at one point. You kind of get overzealous, you start to push a little bit more so, but that controlled aggression doesn't essentially have to stop on site. If you're doing a good job of pushing up, you took that control like we saw in that last round, go all the way into spawn, go to that McDonald's that you mentioned, go to those arches, go to that tunnel, find a little bit of a cutoff, make sure that the retake becomes that much more difficult. But that doesn't even need to be the case right here. Vigilance looking absolutely disgusting, at least getting those first 2 initial kills on the site, clearing things out completely for the team, and only 1 player exchange in the meantime. Heck, that's a trade I'll take any day.
Finally get that Hunter's Fury online. That was a big thing I was mentioning previously, that Orly needed to finally get stacked up, and it really forced the players at GVSU in a tight spot where ultimately that aggression from Alvernia looks a lot more calm and calculative. They're able to give themselves a huge man advantage now as the spike is down and red time will start to tick away in favor of that attack. BDO really having only a headhunter and that operator to work with, trying to tease away the spike. They're readily aware of the fact that majority-wise, Alvernia has been really good about actually playing double angles and pivoting in through Hall as well. This time around, though, not the case, but that level of danger and that complacency from BDO to not swing once again says, all right, I'll just save the operator, much like I did in round 3, actually. Or sorry, round 4, where you actually saw Alvernia win that round. Say, we don't want to waste that extra bit of money, that 4,900. We may be padded in the pockets, but we'd like to keep it that way. Don't risk anything too much.
No, yeah, and I can't really blame them even then. I mean, you look at the likes of GVSU, I like the pacing and they're controlling the game to some extent. They're going ahead, taking a timeout right here, saying, honestly, a lot of people will be questionable of that, of why are they taking a timeout? They're sitting at 6 guaranteed, even half, no matter what, worst case situation. What are they doing? Well, go ahead and take a look at that little Christmas tree up there at the top. They have 5 ultimates to play with. And if they're looking good in terms of money, they're not really stressed too much for what's going on in the game thus far, and they can just keep on chugging along, do what they're doing, and guarantee more and more of these rounds, knowing that, okay, say if we take 2 to every single round and have a little bit of a nightlier on that tour de force, that's going to be 3 more rounds to work with. That is a 9-3 that you can kind of quote-unquote guaranteed in your own mental state, and that helps with the longevity and the mentality for the team when you know you have these game plans, when you know what you're allocating, when you know what you're doing, and they're taking that time to do that right here, right now. Meanwhile, kind of choking Alvernia out to say, if we did it later, what are they going to do? They're going to rely on that slow. They're going to know that we're choking up. Let's get that confidence out of the way.
Dallas already mentioning Christmas, though Thanksgiving hasn't even occurred. I don't know if there would have been a great alliteration, though, for the sparkling lights up top of those ultimates. Maybe stuffed to the brim, had a bit too much of that Thanksgiving turkey. Though if they pop all these ultimates and don't really do them well and find nothing out of the back of it, it'll be nothing but a nothing burger, so to say. So, more food puns to work with. GVSU, though, like you said, they're going to go ahead and pop a Viper's Pit right off the bat. Very much so saying, hey, we've got an ultimate to work with. We know that Alvernia probably has theirs as well, as Sim has not been doing necessarily bad, and we haven't seen that since round 4 where they had found their first round win. Unfortunately, Sim could not get to position to actually plant the Viper's Pit, shut down by BDO, though BDO does fall to the Bladestorm in the hands there of their player of Vigilance. It's still not a rough spot, or not a good spot, I should say, for the Alvernia side. Nightfall sent out by GVSU, marked as the Prowlers start to be sent their direction. The tendrils of death, so to say, constantly made aware. The Prowlers sent back the other direction. They're aware Stizout is on the opposing side of Pyramid. They'll only find 1 kill, though very nice of one to take down Dive. It's still an equal man advantage as Illusion will finally join the foray. Dallas in the post plant set up an even trade all over again.
Yeah, good exchanges. Even I like the fact that we're saving that Viper's Wall for the post plant. Looking to go ahead and cover things up, try to play off your team, do what you can there. Need a little bit of a tap. No overextension, but honestly, just a good little peek up from Orly. Nice shots down range and height there. A little bit of a follow-up. Alvernia looking pretty crisp on that hold there. Looking outstanding, something that they were a little bit lackluster in, but to get themselves a third, and knowing that GVSU invested 3 ultimates in that last round, a little bit of a stinger, I gotta say.
Oh, Dallas, how many times do you see teams invest so much and come out with so little in the process? And you would think GVSU would be just aware of the fact that we know Alvernia peaks these side angles. We know they can test from one own way. They'll pivot for a flank. They'll catch you off guard. BDL especially was quite aware of that. We saw just 2 rounds ago, Alvernia picked up their 2nd round win. They said, hey, I'm aware they're probably going to push me through Hall, so I'm just going to say the operator and retreat. Why are you not aware they're probably going to push through doors instead? Just a huge shortcoming there by the side of GVSU. And speaking of shortcoming, they're short-manned as Dive gets bum-rushed by the player of Vigilance. A flash out against Loof, and Stizout Vigilance will be able to easily secure themselves that kill to give them a huge man advantage and the spike to go down.
Yeah, big stands here from Alvernia. I mean, also having that Viper's Pit to go with that coverage is the only thing they have to work with, and think about what they can do in a thrifty round with that Viper's Pit to work with. Probably much better odds when you consider what's going on here with full rifles backing up the Viper's Pit inside. And you don't know where they're going to be lurking about either. Not really the most open angles. You already see one of those kills resulting over toward the side. Vigilance not even really being too concerned what's going on. They're saying, honestly, just play inside after that point. I've got mine. Orly's got 2 of theirs. We're all looking good. It is a flawless round on the board. We see Alvernia really kicking things into high gear, getting themselves relevant in this fight, and just looking for 2 more to make it even.
GVSU's padded pockets looking slimmer and slimmer round by round. They'll have to go with a couple stingers and hope that, unlike a bee, they can find more than just one tag before they'll inevitably fall to their death. Alvernia have looked spectacular in these last few rounds. Though this round coming in it with no ultimates on the board, they've got 2 players sitting at only 3 pips away. 2 pips. Sorry, there's still 3 pips for Vigilance. I can't count. Casters don't do math, Dallas. That's one of the problems we have. 3 players only needing 3 pips. There's not many ult orbs to share. Better hope that they can find an individual impact because we are 2 rounds away from going into that second half. Hopefully you can get those ready and available to swing yourself in for best case scenario for Alvernia, a tied position going into halftime. GVSU praying they can find themselves up 8-4. A flank by Illusion does net themselves an early kill to Orly, though they did lose Luke on site. What a play here by GVSU. Illusion just steps into the snakebite and finds 2 kills because of it, just allowing GVSU to go haywire on the site of B and find themselves a win out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's the player of Illusion. You can go ahead and say thank you. We got another round on the board because of that alone. I mean, looking at that Viper, that snakebite, more importantly, getting that vulnerability, having essentially one of the only guns for the team to be playing with in that time. It's just outstanding to make sure that the result comes through. Knowing that players clutching things up, they're the ones who are making these plays. And saying honestly, you are the one difference between not only us just having maybe an even game or an even half coming through, but on the defensive side having an advantageous half. Knowing that, I mean, they have the initiator, they don't have a duelist. Their attacking theoretically is going to be a little bit weaker. They have to find that relevancy early to really kind of establish that confidence in their rear end.
Oof. Right now for Alvernia, they're not looking so hot in comparison to what they had just the round before. Going from flawless to losing a Thrifty is not the best case scenario. Arax with open the back of sight, takes down Hythe and gets taken back in return.
I wouldn't say it's a lack of the fire they have brimming, but finally a little bit of an equalizer compared to what we needed earlier. I mean, honestly, Alvernia, they won themselves a third on that 3rd round, or the 4th, excuse me. So, I mean, things weren't really expected too much to go in their direction. But, I mean, finally going ahead and biting back, having that little bit of a sting, showing that we have a fight on our hands. But, honestly, across the board, when you look at what's going on here and even then kind of look at the 4 players, you don't have too many ultimates to work with, if any at all. You got to go off that utility that you have available and even then play off how slow you can keep this thing going. By going ahead and already being tapped, you know players should go ahead and taking that damage, and Vigilance is honestly at the head of every single bit of it. That's the head of the snake right there, looking disgusting, and finally, the Fangs enclosing its prey there for an ace. Man's looking and standing to go ahead and get that 5th for the Vigil.
You guys may have died, you may have Illusion from that round before, but we've got Vigilance. That's what Alvernia are currently saying. Really tapping that half off in a good standing. 7-5. It's not the worst case scenario by all accounts. It was even for both teams. Considering at one point or another, we were sitting at what, 6-1? Yeah, 6-1 for the side of GVSU in favor. Alvernia have done a very good job of collecting themselves and actually finding returning fire, especially considering that GVSU had lost that 2nd round for themselves, the 7th round total, or sorry, 8th round total, and took a timeout to talk things through. Past that point, they weren't really finding much. Maybe thinking they should have saved that timeout for another moment where it was needed later in the half. But they collected themselves enough to make sure they stayed positive for the half, and now they get to choose how they push these objectives. As they're on the attacking half, they'll set up the toxic screen for the ace site, and I'll expect them quickly to expedite as it's a pistol round where you need to close that space quickly, but you don't have a duelist to do so.
Yeah, and honestly, it's not the fact that you don't have a duelist. It's more the fact that, honestly, Alvernia's is just too good. Vigilance is looking disgusting in this game thus far, looking to actually have the potential player that you need to start popping off on the attacking side. And now, saying honestly, for the pistol round, you got to look good. Carry that fire over. They're not going to have the utility. They're not going to have the setup. They're not going to have all this kind of stationary blueprint to be working off of. You just have to go outright gunslinging, and that's what they're doing thus far. Alvernia looking really good here, getting themselves a good cross across the board. And anywhere on the map you really turn a corner, you have to check to see if a player's there. And they just haven't done that. Sim can get 3 and spawn as a controller because you just allotted that space to him.
GVSU seem flustered right now, Dallas. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but they do not look calm and collected. They're struggling to focus themselves up and take shots that should be fairly simple in comparison. Sim, you could see how calm and collected they were despite having 3 players nearby. We saw the second frag go in their way, and they stopped for a whole second to line up the shot. They were making sure they got it because they were aware GVSU were squandering the chance given to them. They were not connecting where they needed to. They've got to take a deep breath. They've got to talk things through. This next round, more likely than not, will not go in their favor as there will be proper weapons on the side of Alvernia's hands. But the third one is always primed and ready for that comeback. And you've got to be ready for it, and you've got to collect your breath. Stop sprinting forward so effectively, because they're going to catch you unaware. Vigilance, speaking of catching unaware, looks like they're going for the flank, and this one is going to be mightily successful. If Arax doesn't watch it, Stizout finds the kill to Illusion. Arax is looking the wrong way. The whole team is dying on sight. GVSU may get spiked down, but they're not going to find any successes past that point. Only Loof left standing, and it will be cleared out by the player of Vigilance. Who else?
Yeah, big flawless run to the board coming out here from Alvernia, looking really good considering that second round. And even then, I mean, proper weapons, we use that term lightly, obviously, not the full rifles that you're expecting, a little bit of a Marshall, Singer, Spectres, you call it. They got it, unless it's a $2,900 gun or, you know, one of the LMGs of the like. But already tying the game up, thankfully, to that catalyst of your duelist, able to go ahead and carry this thing over, make that transition to where we talked about it once again, that you said, sure, GVSU is lacking one. It's just more of an overwhelming presence from the one that's on Alvernia's side. Not only on the attacking side, we expect these jets to go off, but thankfully, having that fire to last long enough to carry over in this defensive side for the first two to tie things up and say, look, now that they don't have really as much of a game to be expected, they're going to have a lot more utility for that post-plant hold. Well, thankfully, we got a duelist for a retake because we have to have somebody to really take the brute force of the majority of that.
Alvernia says, hey, they don't got a duelist. Let's let our duelist do the work of two instead. A huge margin for the side of Alvernia off the back of one man, their Jet, that duelist we've mentioned so many times. It's impossible not to keep mentioning their name. They've just been so strong. Unfortunately, Caster's Curse may be a bit too real, as Illusion will find themselves that first blood. There was actually the Chamber on the side of GVSU who had first saw them, thankfully being saved by another crossfire shot. Man advantage, though, for GVSU as they primed themselves on over towards the A site. They tossed the Toxic Screen right off the bat, but they didn't push it, meaning Alvernia had retreated back a couple directions, maybe thinking they would move up through that pillar space and mid over towards B. Not the case, and eventually the spike will ultimately go down on that A side, and all the utility we're seeing being dumped by Alvernia seemingly going a bit too far and not finding the impact they wanted.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, they're probably used to that. Go ahead and set up that duelist, see how much you can get that overextension there coming out from Vigilance. But not too much to work with right now, considering that you got A-Rex already on a 3K, looking to go ahead and grab that 4, because that's the only one remaining on the map right now. The Sim sitting around in tunnel, able to go ahead and make sure to get one there. So good, make it expensive for him, why don't you? If you're not going to win the round, or at least give it your best shot, hey, some free rifles will definitely help you go the extra mile.
On top of free, you're actually earning money for grabbing these rifles, right? You get points for the kill, the credits. You're going above and beyond. And we saw Sim be really nice in the pistol round as well. And once again, GVSU in a spot where they obviously have huge advantage, the rifle versus SMG, and they just can't connect, can't find the shots, and looks like Sim will survive for the time being, and they'll get that rifle in through to the next round. Now the question will be in the lap of GVSU, what do they want to do? As they'll have to deal with the fact that they have two players that more likely than not cannot afford full armor, full util, and a rifle. They may feel forced to go glass cannon and just say, hey, we got to build up around the rest of the team because we need a solid attack, because Alvernia are going to come out with full justice as they're going to have rifles clearly for the round and a game plan because they're calling a timeout.
Yeah, and that's the surprising thing for me that I'm really enjoying out of Alvernia thus far. They're looking to switch at the pace of the game. They're not your typical players. They're not your typical game style. And I'm loving every second of it. I mean, the way they were playing this map, and it's not even their map, keep in mind, but they're making sure that GVSU are kind of regretting it to some extent. Sure, they have themselves a lead, but it's by one round. And we're not looking at what you're winning this far. It's looking at what you've sacrificed to get here. And you've taken a lot of money. You've taken a lot of rounds. And even then think about that attacking side for Alvernia. They had to win a thrifty to really equalize it out. Sure, they had themselves a lead to some extent, but I mean, it was looking like a little bit of a comeback was sprouting there for a minute until you saw that one clutch come out. So already looking to just employ these timeouts, slow the game down a little bit, choke GVSU up because they're saying these guys are already kind of indecisive as it stands in terms of the game plan of what they want to do. Let's give them their time. Let's see how flushed out of a plan they can really have. And let's give them this time considering they got a null command. If they can come up with something in this round and it's the best thing in the world and they win out the round, well, that's to be expected. They had that extra time. Otherwise, if they end up losing it after having that extra time, then, hey, honestly, give them less time and we'll do even better. It's a good look no matter what. That honestly, that Alvernia put GVSU they put the ball into their court, they have to take that shot. And honestly, already lined up inside two. They missed 2 players worth of them.
I've also gets a lot of intel, noting that Vigilance was sitting up on top of Stack. Vigilance, though, getting aggressive, actually hiding within the Cloudburst during their best Stu impersonation, but unfortunately, looking like the Year 3 Cloud9 Stu, and they'll fall quickly after the fact. Stiz out, though, in the back of side. It will not be denied of a plant for GVSU. Though the no command up, it will eventually fall as they had been taken down and not being allowed to stabilize. Alvernia on the board. Stiz out finds themselves a kill onto Arax. That was that stabilization I mentioned that did not go through there for the no command. Orly finds dive. This may put a lot of pressure now on the side of Alvernia as they know that there's only Sim left standing, but Sim has been a monster. And it looks like it's about to continue, but Illusion finally shuts down Sim and says, hey, no more of that. We'll head to the next round with a positive record.
And even then, it was mere inches away from those bullet trails and the head of these 2 players in that 1v1 situation, really setting that difference in the round. That, I mean, honestly, it was as close as it was with that spike down. You expect a situation like that. And you even then had the early cut where you could have found that player and just gotten a spray transfer to the chamber. A little bit of a difficult situation coming up there from Sim, but honestly, you're not too mad at the guy because he's done so much for your team in this game so far, you really can't be. He's the one who found that clutch there in that other half. He's the one who's really sending things out with those Viper's Pits, creating those catalysts to get yourself on the board. But as it stands thus far, we talk about catalysts. There he is once again, taking to the skies, being almost an eagle, and sign of patriotism for the likes of Alvernia as they want to go ahead and use this guy as a rally call.
This is exactly what you need to see for Alvernia, now having gone down a couple more rounds. That buffer room available for them. Vigilance, though, Bladestorm in hand, sends a couple furling over towards Loof, but running out of them. Unfortunately, they'll take a headshot back in return, though. Take a Phantom, because it did not one-shot kill, and they'll unfortunately have to take a couple more steps back. That is, in fact, that case. Loof may be regretting their rifle of choice, though I also use the same one, because I am terrible at that in general. Stiz out, though, back of sight, looking like they'll send out their 0 point. Holds back for a moment, maybe looking for a pop flash instead. Finally sending a fragment, hoping to deny a plant, but too little too late as GVSU will force down the plant in a Viper's Pit as well to make things more difficult.
Yeah, even then to get a little bit of aggressive, a good first blood already going out, and Hyde was also there to grab that pin and that you rewarded yourself early after the Bladestorm. So, I mean, you're thankful for the opportunity given. You got a couple players coming on site, pushing things up. Good exchanges there. Orly having a Vandal in hand, but just can't close out the job. Sure, you don't win that round, but hey, once again, it's these situations of Alvernia, no matter what. Weapons galore, ultimates galore. Even then, if they have absolutely nothing, somehow they find a point of contention and they make it difficult and they make it expensive, which is really good for them. One question I got, though, is I think, honestly, this is a little bit off topic, but still relevant considering we had that operator come out from Hythe. Where has Bogdan's Law gone for Valorant? We just have not seen players switch up for when things get, a little bit rough. Play styles working at each individual player that nobody really says, honestly, take the operator, I'll grab the rifle now, and I'll push up off of your utility.
I don't know. I used to be the mainstay choice of saying, hey, hand the operator towards your jet. Give it to Vigilance, because they're playing up front. They can also give that great escapability. But I think it changes to the tailwind to make that kind of a less likely choice rather than use the rendezvous, which is a little bit more consistent about its great escape. Maybe that's the case right now for Alvernia. Seemingly, though, Hythe will say, all right, I'll pick up the slack where needed. Unfortunately, the rendezvous not being allowed to be used, as Illusion will find their head and lop it down to the floorboards. Arax through tube. I think they noticed Orly, or maybe not, it was a pixel difference between them and the floor of that ramp. But they will eventually take them down within Mickey D's, that Arch's side. Another kill now netted as a TDO, but once they get it, they'll fall quickly afterwards. It's just the player of Sim left standing. And if you're looking for one man on the side of Alvernia, Dallas, to clutch up and find yourselves a victory, I would say Sim, right off the bat. That would be the player I would do it. But you're asking them to take down 3 with a spike placement on the A side. I think they're looking to save instead.
It's that spike placement that really gets me here. I mean, there's not much you can do. They're not playing around your Viper's Pit. I mean, it's your utility on the attacking side. You can set that home ground. You can choose where the stadium takes place. You can choose where that influence, where the main spotlight of the round is going down on. But I mean, as it stands right now, when you look at that 3v1 situation, 100 Sphere to work with, Sim is eventually inevitably going to lead that Viper's Pit. Does not want to give away that information to say, okay, well, they're close enough to keep it active, obviously. And honestly, if you want to go for that 3-man push, look for that pinch, find that little bit of a siege onto that player within that Viper's Pit to make sure to rob that last weapon. It's an easy tell of where they're possibly going to be. So a good little call there. Still a Hunter's Fury over on the side of GVSU to work with in this next round. A Nightfall as well. Good enough to clear up that space and maybe find a little bit of a cutoff considering the decay. And players can be really scared of what's going on. But regardless, though, you see at the 11th round, unfortunately coming underway for Alvernia there, but still GVSU, if this is their map pick, it's to be expected. They're looking good on it. They've showed the confidence, and honestly, Alvernia, after those early kind of sacrificial rounds they found, you're seeing the confidence really start to come to life for them, but sadly enough, it just doesn't seem like it's being enough against the preparation that GVSU have come with.
Mentioned before that despite the fact that GVSU were winning the rounds, they were extremely close. So the fact that GVSU had found 3 in a row, they were still struggling to have a little bit of extra credits in the pocket after buying their full util rifle and armor. They were struggling. They did not have much left, 200, 300 credits apiece. Bar, of course, BDO, who's been holding on to a rifle as best they can and surviving with it the majority of the time. For Alvernia, only having 1 player left and going for the 1v1, that's still a good margin for them. Unfortunately, that last round, not of the same tail of the tape, so to say, as they had 3 players remaining. They did hold on to 1 to at least make this next round a little bit more manageable. Because Orly, kind of feeling the lack of credit, so to say, here, Dallas, is they are struggling to get the job done. I do not think the recon bolt necessarily went where they anticipated. Dive finds themselves a kill off the back of the Hunter's Fury, something that they failed to tank damage at all with there in that first half. Orly tethered away from behind wall. Height will deny BDO's flank in through mid over towards Pillar, but it's still too little too late as GVSU put down Spike and are readily aware of the fact a flanking player is coming their way. And, well, Hythe is probably going to get knifed.
No!
Oh, can't miss it instead. Dive will pull out the rifle saying, all right, I'm not testing my luck too much here. I'll secure the kill. But now it's just Vigilance left standing, Dallas. With a recon bolt their way, the judge just can't get the job done. Dive finds a 3K, something we have not seen from them here in the second half.
Yeah, to be expected coming out, you got to have these players really step up here, and even then, just regardless, so considering the rounds and seeing that 5-round spree that, is underway for GVSU, they're looking for 6, obviously, to close out this game as fast as possible. I got to say, and give them their props for what they've accomplished thus far. Alvernia went for a little bit of a force there. They didn't have the best standing and weapons, but, they made it a little bit expensive, grabbing at least 2 players there to work off of. But, you got to do something more here. You got to make sure to check all those corners. You got to be prepared. And even then, if you do miraculously find these kills in those kind of budget buy rounds of those guns, you have to be ready to pick those up. You got to find a way to bring those into your hands and find that advantage wherever you can. But that's just not the case so far. But still, a little bit of an exchange, possibly, with some defense to come out. Full rifles to play with, but still, the armor is really what's shaky here.
Vigilance holding up on stack all over again. We noted that just 3 or 4 rounds ago. The GVSU doing a great job with Dive to gather the information with the Algone. There goes the toxic screen. It'll be spotted all over again. And in fact, forcing Vigilance more directly off as they're aware that that play would be coming through. They tagged him with the Algone. Orly giving their best Dive impersonation, taking down Dive with a Hunter's Fury this time around, maybe humbling them, sending them back down a peg. So a fragment sent right afterwards denies Arax of going for that quick frag back and avenging their teammate just being removed moments prior. But it doesn't actually look like we're seeing the side of GVSU extend onto this A side yet. They're going to prime themselves up somewhere else and try to get a man advantage, which is, unfortunately for them, shut down as Louvre peeks over towards Pillar and loses their life to a nice shot.
That Tour de Force is just, it's so good. But regardless, though, thankfully you got a good player over there towards the A side. And right in main, creating that little bit of a cross. The rest of the players on site over towards A. Knowing what's going on there, not necessarily hitting those shots because Illusion may be the answer to end this game and seal the deal. But hi, thankfully, finally showing up saying, look, the game's not over just yet. I'm going to make sure of it.
Plant will go down. BDO will make sure this poke plant scenario will go in their favor. They've got the sniper of choice still in hand. They rendezvous away, making sure that there's no way for them to watch that cut angle, which Sim actually was there in waiting. Shot, though, available for BDO, but the click not there, and Hythe finds it instead, the Tour de Force. The ultimate being the ultimate factor there to close out the round as Alvernia will squeak away themselves an 8th, something they have been struggling to do for the last 5. They will make sure that they at least give themselves a little bit of leeway to secure. Like, they're having fun with it and just waiting for the right time to defuse.
And even then, you're in these situations in the late game, honestly, every single second, you're waiting for the defuse, and honestly, so long as you have that thing to happen before the little middle bubble pops, you know you're going to get that time. So honestly, take that time. Figure stuff out. If you're the one in the deficit in GVSU, or honestly the ones that are looking to some extent, not perfect, but hitting their shots, having better game plans, let them have that leeway. Think about it in this sense. The closer you get to the top, the less room there is for perfection, and how much more effort you have to put in just to find those mere millimeters. If you're falling further behind, if you put in that same amount of effort, if you had that same amount of time allotted to you, and you were just that much better when it comes around to just purely hitting your shots, if anything in this game is to go by, and you look at the scoreboard, they're looking outstanding in terms of that catalyst of vigilance, see what you can do to utilize that fact. See how you can excel your team with that little bit of a boat alone, and don't have any anchors behind. Just see if you can have a little bit of fodder there towards the rear. And as you do see a couple of shots already going ahead, getting yourself an early lead. And honestly, ARAC saying that's not the best thing, but with a null command in hand, you can pop that, and that loss of HP doesn't matter, because if you go down anyways, you get res. It's all completely not.
But the last time we saw the null command go towards the A site, unfortunately, they were taken down very quickly. Vigilance looking to do just that, and that will be the case. Zayrax will go down. Another player available for the Vigilance, and, well, the judge just fined them of loot. Now you're going to have to worry about that toxicity dissipating before you can pick them back up. Laughing is maybe not a laughing matter if you're a GVSU player nor fan, but they've managed to collect themselves enough, Dallas, to find themselves 2 more. Vigilance, though, will, well, technically get the kill off onto Arax, who does not get picked back up in time. GVSU, though, a 2-man advantage. And BDO gets the information saved by their chamber for a 4K in that last round after a tumultuous start to a null command like we noted before, Dallas, right? Close, but no cigar. GVSU will take it.
Yeah, and even then, after that start, I talked about Vigilance. I talked about going ahead and setting up the aggression that you can find, and at least have that player to go ahead and kind of get that start, that nice little rev of the engine you need at the start. And I mean, sure, it was there, but nobody really kind of switched up the gear to actually go forward there, because, I mean, you found Vigilance with the double kill, but Vito was just looking outstanding with it there in that last round. And honestly, I was a little bit of the last player standing in that last one, find those exchanges with the operator looking good. And I mean, if we got the money to buy it once more, because of the strand of rounds we have put together, that luxury that was given GVSU, the round after round after round, I think it was like a 5 to 6 round spree there in that second half, that honestly, you got to shut down those rifle rounds again and again and again. Because, I mean, unfortunately, if you don't go ahead and throw everything out there to make sure that money stays intact and it at least feels a little bit more accomplishable, that's going to be the problem for you. I mean, think about these teams that we see over and over again, investing ultimates, investing every single one of them that they have, with maybe a force buy to say, okay, so long as we switch up that round while they just got the rifles, and we at least make it expensive, there's nothing left they can work with. They probably don't even have a purchase for the next round if enough utility was used, or if it's something like a Sova where an Owl drone is 400. You have to take that in consideration, and Alvernia just kind of was a little bit slow to the cut there.
It happens. GVSU saying, well, you guys may have Vigilance, but we've got Dive, we've got BDO, we've got Illusion, we've got Arax, and now Loof was somewhat lower on the board, but we already have 2 initiates. You don't need both of them to pop off in the same way, right? You got the KO to set you up, and while they struggled to do so with the no command twice in a row on that A side, maybe not in a row, but both times they used it on the attack, it still works, and it gave you a huge advantage to shut down Vigilance and then get the return to stop them from rotating away. Really good game by GVSU, a well-deserved map as well. But now we gotta go on over to the second map choice, Alvernia's, and they can kind of flip that script, because the last time they faced in week 1, it was a 2-1 scoreline, so it did require the third. The question will be, will this one? But you'll have to wait and see as we go to the second map after a quick break.
Welcome everybody here to the NECC once more. We're keeping things chugging along. We're moving into map 2 here this series in the likes of Alvernia State and GVSU. The number 5 seed, the number 4 seed, the champions lowly in this division. And after a little bit of a conclusion of a 13-8 on the likes of Breeze, things were kind of kept close there for a while. Maybe we'll see kind of the same exact scenario. Possibly maybe even overtime as we take ourselves on to Haven for the second map of the series and possibly a third to go over there to the likes of Icebox.
Still, one of the big things you saw from Alvernia, Dallas, was their ability to play from more than one angle. They'd sweep into a site, but then they'd have one or two players just straggling from a different direction, which I think hurt them a lot more than it assisted them in some of those rounds because they didn't have enough men on the objective to defend or enough pushing through the main angle to attack, and they were getting cut down instead by GVSU, ultimately takes the map. But I think a map like Haven, that's a normal play style. You play through mid, you play through B, you play through A, and you swing back over through defense or through B to take control over towards C and split. There's so many different ways to play that flank, to play that long con that some teams can struggle with, but some teams can really thrive with. And I think that may be the case for Alvernia, and that may be one of the reasons why they picked this map as their go-to.
Yeah, you talk about the way of like playing to the middle, playing over towards that A site, swapping back and forth. A nice little way to kind of sum all that up into 2 words specifically is hate yourself. It's just really what it comes down to. Where do we want to go in the map? What do we want to do? There's 3 sites. We have no idea. So you just go ahead, gotta roll the dice, find the nearest D20, and take a little bit of a gamble and figure out what you get. But I mean, honestly, when it comes around to it, you're looking for space. You're seeing what allots itself to you early on in these rounds. We look at the defensive side, and usually a good recipe to success in Haven that we've seen here consistently just recently, or even then ever since the conception of that map, has been try to play ring around the rosy. Look for that pressure over towards A main. See if you can do that on short, even more importantly towards long recently with the C's and the paint shells with the Rays kind of fade combo, which I'm expecting us to see to some extent. But even then, leaving a chamber over towards C to kind of hold that thing down and have an easy little relocation towards garage if you really need it.
Let's hope they don't roll a nat 1 on their entries in towards these point, though, Dallas, because that's going to make things very difficult for them. Yep. For Alvernia, that's already been difficult for them as they were struggling on that attacking side. And, well, the problems only continued in almost an even bigger fashion when it came to their defense, as they just could not keep GVSU at bay. We'll get ready to go on into this map, though. Haven is the one of choice, and our agent selection hopefully looks a bit more standardized, as there will be a neon brought out by GVSU. I know you're happy to see that one go through. No fade actually being selected by them just yet. Looks like they'll go for the breach instead. An omen, a sky, and a chamber. Looks like GVSU's full selection. For the opposing side of Alvernia, they do have that raise. Expect the fade to go lock in as well. BDO, it's actually flipped backwards, so turn that away. BDO is going to go ahead and go for that chamber. Well, looks like we'll see the breach for both sides. Alvernia is the team that actually picks up the neon, and they actually were the only team that had a duelist last game. That will not be the case this time around.
Which breaches to be expected. I mean, after we saw a little bit of the change come through from Sky, her not looking as good with those pop flashes, what we saw the release of KO, Breach was kind of that secondary initiator to be there as a follow-up. And even then, I was excited to see him kind of come back around as, I mean, he's only really been viable for Fracture for the most part. He's looked good there. And since the removal of Split, every single Valorant player was looking for more reasons to use him because he lost one of his best maps. So as it really goes ahead and pans out and you look at the likes of these stances, I love what Alvernia has here on the board. It is a color diversity that honestly, it's scratching the back of my brain because I've never seen it before and I'm so excited to see more importantly what they can do it. They were the team that was playing, Breeze in a very spectacular manner. They were doing things a little bit odd, but they were making it work. Sure, it didn't get themselves to win, but it definitely kept things interesting for a while. It just seemed a little bit weak on the defense because obviously their catalyst was, and their entire foundation was in a single player who was looking disgusting. So, I mean, you can't really have that here on Haven. You have 3 sites. Things are a lot more isolated. It's these kind of lonesome islands that you have to fend off by yourself. And I'm excited to see what they can do with that. Considering the neon, the sky, and whatnot, those 2 characters alone are going to be my little dynamic duo, my favorite 2 gals in the game. And to see what they can do, hopefully on opposing sides of the map, or at least close enough to work off of each other, that's going to be interesting in itself to see.
Everyone has that one song, that one game, that one picture that forces them to smile. For Dallas, it's that one agent selection. This one being the Neon on Haven. Always a fan favorite for him, and I have to agree. We noted that last week that Neon was quite strong in actually creating space on the defense as well as on the attack. When you need to get your team deep into the objective on C or A, you can cut down those sight lines to make it a little bit more manageable. You swing out with a quick slide for the frag, and if you get it, or even if you don't, the rest of your team is a lot closer to engage in a bit more of a dominant affair. And hopefully that will be the same case here for Vigilance, as on the defense, you may be relegated back more to a bit of a util expenditure instead of being that main sender, all things considered. But it does look like GVSU will not be denied this quick push on in towards the C site. They'll have 2 players watching that flank, and they'll leave 3 on site, though they've already lost 1 as Orly's Frenzy finds Arax.
Yeah, big fights already going here on the seaside. I mean, you can see these players are out here with an absolute thirst for blood. And speaking of it, it's spilt in the middle of the map as well, with a little bit of the sheriff there to be picked up. But obviously, Chamber, you want to go ahead and be there and stick around for that fight. But you got to get over to C long and take those shots, protect that spike. And thankfully, backup comes right in the nick of time. You're not worried about that little sheriff there alone kind of sitting on the ground. You want to make sure to give that back up to your team, because that's a lot more important. Because, hey, what's better than the sheriff? Full Spectres.
Oh my goodness, what a game for GVSU already to start things off on the right foot. Let's remember how that first half started just the game before on the map of Breeze. It was GVSU taking 4 in a row. 3 in a row, losing the 4th with the Viper's Pit brought out by Alvernia. Still finding that kind of script of Valorant, the mainstay competitive script, to be broken there by not finding your 3rd round win. That did hurt Alvernia in the end, as they weren't too far behind GVSU ultimately, and of course by the end of that half in general. Things will maybe change up the tempo in general right now for the side of GVSU, who are SMGs out, Vigilance with the shorty in hand. Dive, maybe not aware that they are there, but maybe hoping that they'll swing back the other way. Who else but Sim to find themselves a classic kill? Vigilance, unfortunately, cannot find the frag there to Dive, who barely takes damage in the process because the second set of buckshot did not find its target, and it will be a quick plant onto the A site, the side of GVSU.
I just can't even think about the kind of suffering you have to go through to kind of train your players to be just holding angles for what feels like hours on end, just in case something does come around, because you never really know. A little bit of a denied reaction there, but hey, you got enough to be working with, possibly with out of a shorty, considering right around that corner. Spectres are now on site. Arax, more importantly, with 1 in hand, and he's going off with it, finding kills. It's gonna be Sim finding his 3rd for the round, and a Spectre to pick up. Bill was seemingly very close to creating a clutch and maybe a little bit of a predicament we didn't expect, but hey, it goes ahead, resulted in 2-0, and Alvernia looking really good for this round, saying honestly, no more bonus. Hey, we look much more set for this one.
Unfortunately, you had to use a lot.
Yeah.
GVSU. Sim is a costly player for the very least of the GVSU mindset. They're going to go into this one, still bringing up at least a little bit of the rear. They're going to have that Spectre, Spectre on over towards the player of Illusion. They're going to pick up Sheriffs and Shorties for the rest of the team. BDO, who has the assistance there of the Headhunter from that Chamber kit, though still quite costly, all things considered. A guiding light sent through middle courtyard from internally B, and it sends over to Hay, making sure that GVSU can't swing out as aggressively as maybe they anticipated previously. Headhunter shot through Doorwell. I think they noticed the Chamber on the side of Alvernia, and because of that, they'll rendezvous one out of there, maybe acquiescing a little bit of space that could be applicable to the side of GVSU, but it looks like they'll want to play up close and personal. They'll go to B site of all things. But with no Sage, no great way to cut down sight lanes, bar these Omen smokes, the dark covers, you may have trouble once this post-plant scenario comes out for Alvernia.
No, and I like the idea. I like it. I mean, B is the only real site that you can have some amount of feasibility here. You just go for the close quarters. You just hold these angles as best you can. You see the shorties being employed there, the classics, the right click. That's all going to be enough to find these very, very easy kills. Problem is, if you're fully blinded and can't see a darn thing like your Ray Charles, it makes things difficult to even react to. So already Luke there towards the back, trying to go ahead and have that sheriff in hand, looking for a little bit of a clutch. Able to go ahead and get 1 there, making things somewhat expensive, but with so many players already on the site and 1 player there towards the flank, you are definitely at the disadvantage there. So a round to be expected coming out from Alvernia. Not really too many players lost in the meantime, only 1, so that's good looks for them, knowing that into this next one they get the full buys to work with, armors to back it up. Vigilance doesn't really have too many concerns, because honestly an overdrive's available as well.
They've got flashes in the pocket. GVSU probably should have thought to maybe bring the shorties inside the dark cover themselves, as Vigilance had done in map 1 on Breeze. They did their best Stu impersonation. I highlighted it on that A side as they swung out through Cave. Maybe that's what we should have seen come through as well for the Shorty Wheel of Illusion on GVSU's side. As once they got swung out, the guiding light got sent and they were flashed, and there was just 2 players ready to easily clean them out. Not a good spot for them to be lying within. Height, though, looking for the perfect angle. They were given it, but still somehow Loof managing to find themselves a kill. Maybe not happy they were bottom of the leaderboard. Just last map. Rolling Thunder popped out by GVSU, making sure nobody will be defending the A site. So you be ready, because once this does, it's the most easily retakeable objective in all of Valorant Dallas, and that will be allowing Alvernia to set themselves up. But they're already at another man disadvantage. Maybe not so easy when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and even your overdrive has already kind of being utilized. The Vigilance does have that backup, does have a gun to be working with, and even then a little bit of a cover to be playing off of as well. Good relay bolt there, combining with the fast lane. This man was a problem earlier. He kind of left the other 2 teammates behind to make sure to get those results, but he was to go ahead and get those only 2 in the round, which almost could have been a flawless if he didn't have that player there to just do the job that he's done thus far, making GVSU get themselves into a 3-win lead. Keep in mind this Alvernia's map pick with the aggression they have on their composition. You're expecting them to turn things up on the attacking side, but they have to find relevancy here. They got to find themselves a good first, and 3-1, still very early, can't really freak out about it, but still, we haven't seen too much of a catalyst, haven't really gotten too much of an inkling of what they got to work with. So maybe some exchanges, maybe that A site that you talked about being so retakeable, when that didn't happen, things are looking a little concerning for them.
Hey, looks like the most prime angle consistently for GVSU to work from. Unfortunately, that's not the case this time around. They'll actually send the player BDO quite early in through over towards C main, but they had 2 players covering fire, and BDO actually finds themselves that first kill. Now looks like we'll have an angle set up in towards that garage side. It's only a tit-for-tat trade, 1-for-1. Hythe managing to find a consistent duel over towards A to give themselves an advantage, but now you're just left with Hythe left standing for the side of Alvernia as Loof manages to cut it down from that even foray. You're looking at a hard spot here, Dallas. Not where you want to be. You don't have much to work with. A big, expensive sniper in hand. And you were saying maybe this was our returning round, and it just doesn't look like that will be the case. You give away your position there by missing the operator shot, going for the wall bang. Now you got to go for a post plant. You're a chamber. You don't got much util to cut down sight lines to make it more manageable. All you've got is your gun up in hand, and you got to pray that GVSU swing you, which they don't really have to do once they know you've hopped off for each of these phases.
Yeah, you see those shots trying to be baited out, and a great little stance there from Luke to just play it slow. Wait for that shot and immediately swing it out, but already redeeming that operator, looking to toss things out, and I got to say this where things get a lot more scary. Already a team in the lead of GVSU, and now a player that looks to usually have a lead in kills once you put that operator in their hand, and Beto. Consider that they were the ones who went off with it in that last map. They're the ones who really created that kind of stance, that little divide there towards the 2 squads when it comes around to what your agents are providing. And honestly, that operator, even on the attacking side, is a menace. Sure, it's a different map, not nearly as open where the operator has as much potency, but still, when you're going for the A side, this will be one of those better spots considering the kind of angles and separation you can get out of main over there towards the sewer side and over towards the long area as well.
GVSU playing quite slow. They only have 2 ultimates to work with here, but one of them being the Nightfall, and I think they're going to be looking to use it. That is, in fact, the case. That puts Hythe in a rough spot, though. I think a little bit too slide of their angle. Illusion swings into it and finds the kill. Video takes down Orly. That was the player moving and holding within short. Stizout is not aware that Dive has used their From the Shadows, and because of that, they will fall. Though Sim is quick on that refrag with the Stinger, they will be able to pick up the rifle that was dropped by them. But look at what GVSU are doing. They're actually employing a player inside link. That's Illusion, who was the aggressive player for the first kill there into Height, and they'll make sure that Sim will not be allowed to bring that rifle into the next round to further bear down the eco responsibilities that Alvernia have to consistently go through every single one of these rounds they're losing.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stance, seeing what they're doing this far, Alvernia just can't really find themselves that pressure that we saw allotted to them on Breeze. They were finding themselves aggressive defensive rounds, getting themselves initial first couple kills. And more importantly, what I can say is when Vigilance is snuffed out initially, it looks really good for the rest of the squad. This guy's been disgusting, been really fresh on those shots, but if everybody's swinging on him and he's just kind of getting overwhelmed, there's not really too much you can do in these situations. You have to look for these plays. You have to really scatter yourself about. You have to make sure to just play on the defensive side and look for these crosses, find enough kills, maybe get a couple there, and you can see it set up towards C side right now with that Omen and that Neon little duo working there. An interesting one to say the least, but hey, with the rotation to come around, now B site you can almost call open to an extent.
Looks like the Seekers will be popped by Alvernia's side. Orly's already been a really big nuisance for the side of GVSU previously with that guiding light we saw come through in round 3. Since that point has not had as much success. Rolling Thunder popped, and same thing here. We're going to see a Showstopper sent out as well, but Illusion being stunned makes things more difficult. Guiding light sent towards the center of sight. Orly once again. They're going to move up toward Heaven to join over towards the player of Hyde. Spike will go down, and this side does look quite retakeable for the side here of Alvernia, but they've got to actually survive the engagements necessary. Slide in by Vigilance. The stun, though, not going where they wanted to, so they're forced to hold back. Illusion and Arax will fall, but thankfully BDO survives for the time being. A Rolling Thunder sent, but this is just such a small area of damage, small area of effect. BDO was even crossing at that point. It doesn't seem to make a huge deal because Alvernia will still manage to find themselves a round win, but costly, Dallas, as they had to use a lot to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, already with 3 players alive and the overdrive able to carry over to the next, it's good to just have another round, though, here for Alvernia. That's what they need. Only sitting at 1 thus far. Honestly, an inch feels like a mile. It just feels like a nice little breath of relief to say, thank God it's at least 2. We lock them out. They can't just win a pistol round in the force and then win the game. We at least lock them out there because their defense hasn't really been all that there thus far. So now with the tour de force to work with for GVSU and a nice little lineup there for that attacking side, and especially in Beto's hands, who we've seen be outstanding with it. Kind of odd to be questioning, you know, with that Vandal in hand, maybe toss it over to somebody else, go ahead and pick up a gun, knowing that Alvernia will have those guns kind of to supply for you to save that money. But honestly, with the lead that you got, it seems just more of a move of confidence here. So we'll see what they can do with it.
Dive moving in through Courtyard. Actually noticed the notable absence of players for the side of Alvernia inside of B site. Not even a player in Link Dallas to be able to contest for an early push. And actually no one in Garage either. Alvernia are completely giving up this B site. They have it from the shadows. Maybe they could use to move over towards Big Window instead, or through attacker spawn to apply pressure. Their use of the Tasmanian Tiger, the player of Orly, does finally give them the necessary information to say, hey, they're pushing onto the B site and they're going to go for it. Sim uses their from the shadows, though. Not much depth to it, and only goes over towards C main instead, when the information should have already been made that it was moving into the B site instead. An interesting decision, and now one that will be costly to the Alvernia side. Another guiding light sent. You've got to wonder how many of them are they going to use, because they've got no more remaining to now send themselves deeper into the site. Vigilance, though, through and through, takes down Dive. You're sitting back behind Gong. Vigilance will put up the fast lane, now praying that this concussive blast can find a little bit of impact. They'll slide through for another, and they actually find it. Hyde will stick to the easiest for the time being. Vigilance swings in for another one. Arax is on the board, so they can grab it, but that will be all that is found, as ultimately Alvernia thrive and survive with another set of 3 players remaining.
Another good set there, another good round for them. Worst case situation now, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at the negatives as a positive. How little can we lock them out from? How little do we get? I mean, we're not worried about that. We got at least 3 now, 3 to 9 looking for an Alvernia, and that's what they're saying there in the comms. Just play off of this, keep the attitude up, see what you got to work with. It was a very, very slow start for them. I mean, 5 to 1, but I mean, you've bought back twice. I mean, now over again and again. And honestly, it hasn't really cost you all that much. That's what you're more thankful about this. And okay, it's almost more in a dominant fashion. 3 players for both times, majority of our team. That's pretty good odds. And when Vigilance gets these first bloods, it looks even better.
Ninth watching the angle over here towards short ramp on A main. Thankfully, a dark cover makes things a bit more difficult for that line of sight. And once that dissipates, though, Loof will be directly there. Hythe typically knowing, though, Dallas, Crosshair's in perfect spot almost half this time, but eventually it will dissipate, and that will allow for Hythe to cleanly remove that raise of illusion all over again, forcing GVSU into an even more precarious position. 2 men down, not much to work with, and you've got to push onto the A site, and hopefully you can manage to even out that count, but look where Hythe is now, Dallas, up in heaven, nowhere to deal with, actually, no doubt, sorry, in hell, nowhere to deal with, and thankfully for Hythe, even if they miss that shot, they can relocate quickly as their rendezvous is removed, not ready to be popped out again as the timer goes back now down to 0. They have a bit of util popped out by GVSU, but they do not like that A site, Dallas. I do not blame them. They'll hunt somewhere else, and seemingly to be all over again, just like last round that they lost.
I mean, it seems like an insurmountable task to be getting onto the A side, so I can't blame them to be making that adjustment, but it just feels like a little bit late. They're probably looking for someone to alert, maybe another first blood to be coming through, but I mean, it just seems like you can't find any space on this map. You push to the middle, Why is somebody holding spawn? Well, it's because you're there, are you not? So, I mean, they obviously had a nice little hunch, so we're going to be working out to their favor. 2 players alive. Guiding Light to go ahead and swing over towards that seaside. Just stalling for time. Great ideas here, but just a little bit of a late on an execution. But finally, some kills to fall things out. Team Ace on the board. 4 players remaining. Alvernia, they are starting to hit their stride.
Timeout, I think, would be a very smart decision if GVSU has it in the pocket. That will be the case. They popped it after round wins just last game. Now they're going to do it after a spree of losses. This is one of those moments where you got to talk things through, Dallas. What's going on? Where are you finding problems? And one of the biggest problems we've seen glaringly in their face is giving up first blood, letting them find that opening pick, and then escaping after the fact. On Breeze, even when Alvernia would find first pick, that player would die almost instantly afterwards because GVSU were doing a proper job of maintaining a 2-front when swinging wild angles, when swinging for the isolated players. They're not doing that this time around. And even when they do it, they lose both players after the fact.
Yep.
Alvernia are punishing them for all of these angles, and GVSU need more information. Maybe the lack of dive on a Sova is a rough job for them, but they don't have a Sova either. So what's their excuse? What's their reasoning for why they're outgunning you at every turn?
I got to say, honestly, GVSU feels like they're kind of at a loss here. I mean, there's not much you can do when you consider what you've done. You had yourself the early lead going on. You already got yourself 5. You look at the likes of Alvernia and what they've accomplished thus far. They were giving themselves free deaths immediately. Alvernia was running it down, looking for those kills, looking for that same aggression they found on Breeze to kind of work into their favor. But in GVSU, they've definitely played into that. They say, look, play it slow, see if somebody overextends, we get that first blood, then we just kind of execute off that, play for the ones, and even then we usually get more than that, right? Looking all fine and dandy in that regard. Alvernia, they finally said, honestly, we made the adjustments. Slow down. Let chamber go off. That's what's happening. Everybody else, just sit on spawn. Sit on a site. Play it slow. Do what you got to do. And ever since doing that, they found themselves just absolute consistency. Giving up sight. Waiting for the retake. Saying, if we got all 5 men here, good God, what can we do? Well, honestly, looking at the kind of kills and the way these ratios go and these strands of kills go about, Dive can make sure to manage that first one. Vigilance is dead. That's a good look, and a judge in the corner may be enough, but still, if you go ahead and can't see, you don't know where to line that up. But speaking of lineups, we get GVSU with all of them in the world.
High weight of the world on their shoulders at the very minimum this round. Unfortunately, they don't notice the Prowler around the corner not really having the same eyesights we do of seeing those util through the wall. Now left to try to close things out. We've been here before. And unfortunately, this time around, it'll be the same scenario of GVSU coming out clutch with the victory. That will secure themselves an even round count, and the timeout seemingly doing wonders to kind of keep their mentality in check and close things out. It also required a bit of a thrifty round to do so. Illusion's not been having the best game so far here on this map. But I think their position inside of that garage hold, moving on over towards Link, was just enough to give them that intel that 1 or 2 players were swinging it, which allowed for GVSU to close out those 2 players in garage on a double swing.
Yeah, and even though it was playing around and where they can really excel, had all those specters to work with, and they say, all right, what's the best place we can really line up for these? Honestly, garage, no matter what angle you're swinging from, whether you're right there back crate, in that window, no matter what, you're going to be taking a lot of damage there. But speaking of damage, not too much from that paint can, surprisingly enough, but still first play resulted for Alvernia right there towards B. You lost dive, your smokes are gone. You can't really set up too much of a space anymore, but Vigilance is gone as well there in exchange.
Tossed as well. GVSU, though, still trying to play that really slow game. 3 players stacked on site for Alvernia. They're well prepped to deal with the pressure. They do have to deal with Loof that is inside of short. They're just waiting for the angle to be held instead, and Loof doesn't have much to work with in that regard. Could toss a tether close, but they don't actually have the util remaining to do so. Maybe we see GVSU just wait here for the next 20 seconds to make sure that they have a little bit more of that initiating prowess that could help facilitate a push onto the site when things are mostly unknown as of this current point in time. Hythe themselves actually already relocated away from Heaven and moved back over towards Link. This game, this battle of unknowns, has also started to move Orly, but they'll think better of it, think wiser, and manage to stay back towards the objective. Hythe will stay in towards Hall. Flash goes through for the breach. A good move by Hythe to kick down 1, but it's an even frag position, and Arax goes above and beyond to make sure that there's 2 netted for themselves in the process. Just Sim remaining. The only player I probably would not want to deal with in a 1v2 is Sim, though we do know Vigilance has been very good so far in this matchup today in general. Sim just, I don't know, forces GVSU to miss some shots, some that would seem seemingly easy. But This would be the time for GVSU to guarantee a 7-4 position. Both players now moved over towards Link. They don't have much to work with in regards to denying that sightline. A dark cover will be sent there instead. Sim barely managing to swing out in time. Rupture top the other way. EDO in a rough spot, getting spotted. Their head cleaned off their shoulder. Sim will go and extend. He'll tap onto Rupture top the other way. And finally, ARAX will secure themselves a third, seemingly surviving the position that looked precarious for them. And they'll even pick up an operator and hand to BDO for the next.
Yeah, good stances thus far. Able to go ahead and get another round on the way for GVSU. They're making sure this game can look somewhat even, knowing that you can get that exchange, knowing that this, I mean, well, it's kind of not even your map pick, but you're still looking nearly as confident of what we saw on Breeze, which is impressive enough in its own right. But 3 ultimates to work with for both sides. The Tour de Force on the side of Alvernia, so I mean, that's to be expected to be popped immediately, knowing the guns aren't really working in your favor. And even then, another round, or at least last round and a half, where we see that Alvernia don't really have full buys. They're looking to get these forces early. They're looking to have an overwhelming presence, force their opposition into those shoes, but hasn't really had much success with that thus far.
Player up on plat, it's Sim. They do get kind of tagged by that Prowler, and they will be killed quickly after the fact. Video even taking down Vigilance. But Orly will go ahead and say, hey, I don't like this spot. We'll send out the Seekers. And we have the Tour de Force as well to assist it. Loof seemingly surviving the Prowler sent their way, Seekers sent their way, clearing it before it tags them down. A Rolling Thunder is popped. Loof is praying that this kill will go through, but unfortunately Orly still gets that upper hand. Stiz out though had fell just before the player of ARAX. All 3 players moved back over towards that C-Long. Orly trying to extend very aggressively. A guiding light off the back of it makes things easier, but they missed their prime opportunity, allowing for BDO to get the frag instead. Height on the spike. How many times have we seen this? Ruptured instead, and Concussed and cannot get the job done, as you'll see it go 8-4 at halftime for GVSU.
A good stance to go ahead and have yourself 8-4 regardless. So considering the Alvernia, the abysmal start they had to this map, they're not worried about that. They're thankful for it, quite honestly. They are playing for the second half. Look at their composition in Neon in itself. I mean, that alone just lets you know, okay, they're obviously playing for the attacking side. Even in the Sky, kind of the same thing. We didn't see enough early aggression. We didn't see enough early guiding lights. Now having that luxury to throw out guiding lights and they can't get shot down from the air, honestly, you utilize those early, almost as Sova darts, to get that information. See what kind of a push they're really trying to go ahead and create a catalyst for by putting that Sky in the middle of the map. Wasn't really taken too much advantage of in that first half, but honestly, it's giving me enough, and considering it's a lot more cut and dry on this attacking side. You throw it on sight, you make sure nobody can see, and you rush them down, and Neon's going to be the great pick for that.
Go, go, go!
Vigilance moving in quite quickly. You'd expect that level of pace and tempo on a pistol round. Though notably absent for GVSU initially, they like to play that slow and methodical play style on the attack. This time around, though, defensively, they're going to be aggressive just the same. And unfortunately, despite having 4 out of the 5 of their players, 3 out of the 5 of their players swinging the same angle, one of them still gets taken down, not able to find the kill fast enough. Vigilance with the frenzy, removing 1. Unfortunately, Sim also able to find another one. GVSU bleeding, players hemorrhaging bit by bit. It looks like Vigilance will even secure themselves the second kill of the round and close this one out for Alvernia's first pistol of this game.
Yeah, able to go ahead and get that first round. That's all you need to really work and get yourself some momentum. Kind of a little bit of an initiative going in your direction. Some Bulldogs to go ahead and get under your belt as well. A nice little arsenal to be working off of. You know, even you don't really have to with his stance. I mean, at least the luxury that we got to see that. The GVSU isn't really going for very many shorty buys, if any at all. It comes down to if Illusion is really starting to feel that or not. And even then, that's a big thing to start mentioning while we're already down there looking at the bottom of the leaderboard at Illusion. No shade to be thrown whatsoever, but I mean, considering what we saw in that last game and what Illusion was accomplishing on their own, that same result has not come here in this map thus far.
I'm saying they've been struggling seemingly despite their really solid performance on Breeze. It's unindicative of how they truly can play. Brick used the Tasmanian Tiger, and Illusion unfortunately at the other end to be cleared out quickly afterwards. Dive managing to find themselves 1 kill. ARAX said, well, extended as well, but that's going to be snuffed out just as quickly as the rest of the team seemingly was. GVSU now at a huge man disadvantage. Only 2 players remaining. Dive on that Omen and Loof for the fade. Both players are inside courtyard, looking to maybe pick up a Spectre that was dropped over towards Hay, give them a better chance to contend here for this round. A lot of expenses were sent by Alvernia for it. They even have a rifle coming into it. Should that be dropped and not picked back up? Huge boon for GVSU, considering that GVSU had a very costly second round in that first half where Alvernia dropped 4 out of 5 of the players.
Yeah, I mean, looking at a situation like this, you're not really too concerned about it. You keep the Bulldogs. That's your 2 players that you're really worried about. Everything else will be expected to some extent. Make sure the next one's expensive. But it seems right now you're talking about expenses being taken. The Bulldog underway, able to go ahead and be picked up there, but and he's just going to hit those shots. Luke doesn't even need him with the classic in hand. Able to go ahead and manage one of those kills. A nice little pinch, a nice little lap around, ring around the Rosie. A Vandal on the ground. A Bulldog got to be somewhere else. Pick those 2 up and carry them over. Otherwise, this feels like it's for nothing.
You had a Vandal on the ground in front of you, and you still extend with a classic, and you still win the fight?
Yeah.
Alvernia's got that dog in them, Dallas. They're coming out of here out of nowhere. Thankfully, though, they survived with 2 weapons in hand. One of those being a Vandal, of course. The one that had gotten moved away from its initial dropping point at the top of a ramp and brought back over to the depths of the actual objective itself. Now GVSU will bring 4 rifles into the round, and look at what we're seeing Alvernia do. They want this 3rd. They want to find round 7 for themselves. They want to close the gap. But the problem is, they lose this, they may be doomed for more than just that, as that eco will be struggling to recover for more than just 1 or 2. They've lost 2 players on top of it. BDO finding the 2nd kill. Arax looks like they're primed to take down Vigilance. Maybe Orly as well. The flash goes through. They will find it! And now you got 1 remaining. What are you going to do?
I don't know. I really don't. It feels like there's nothing you can. These angles are just so precarious. They're perfectly held. The angles are there. I mean, you saw it captured almost perfectly by Caroline there, our spectator. Every single shot. Doom, doom, doom. It's like, what are you not hitting? Quite is a better question to ask. Because, I mean, shots like that, rounds like that, so crisp that you can, it's like snapping, it's like popping your neck, popping your toes, every single one of your fingers going off at once. It's a feeling that just can't be replicated.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there becomes a reset period after you do that where you can't keep doing it. But I think for the side of GVSU, they've got more than just a little bit. They can keep popping that knuckle because they're looking at a full rifle round where there's not much on the board for Alvernia, and they're playing defense where they can just hold these longer angles with the weapon of choice. VDOE is able to take down Vigilance. Looks like 2 players will sting in quickly. The Tasmanian Tiger for Orly goes the wrong way. You feel like they're going to prep that guiding light to maybe send it in as well, but not just yet. As you'll see the side of GVSU start to apply pressure more directly from the sides, go for a bit more of a blood suffocation than an aerial one. You've got 2 players in A long, and looks like 2 priming to maybe push out through garage as well, all entertaining it up.
I mean, the East team of Alvernia is looking like a well-oiled car once again. Problem is, they just don't have a player to really be there at the steering wheel and press down that gas. Because, I mean, you've lost your Neon, you have these aggressive weapons, you can't really create these opportunities to get on site. So, because of that alone, GVSU just kind of shuts you down. Or, sorry, BDOE shuts you down. Because for a 4K on a round like that, once again, this man's right in the middle of the map, looking to be that catalyst again. I talked about the potential of that player, particularly in Breeze. He was warming up a little bit, didn't really have too much potential in this game and that attacking side until that operator was in his hand. But for some reason on the defensive side, not opting for that operator once more, kind of where you see it being utilized 9 times out of 10. Honestly, if you're looking hot with the Vandal, there's just no reason you should put it up.
Yeah, there's no reason to make a costly error, so to say. To understand, though, that things could change on a dime. Illusion, though, finally feeling themselves and coming alive. Now finding themselves 2 kills, priming up against Vigilance and Orly. 2 players that I think have been extremely strong for the Alvernia side. Orly has just been, well, if I'm a GVSU fan, I'd be like, well, I hate Orly. That's just how frank it is. Orly's initiation, their ability to set up their team, their ability to constantly win out gunfights. They're a really big nuisance, and, well, Vigilance is Vigilance. It's hard to forget that last map over there on Breeze. But Alvernia now missing both of them. You can feel maybe that phantom tanging pain of their lives being forfeit. Only 3 players remain, and where else but B, seemingly, as they just want the same site over and over again, despite it not working those last few times.
It's one of those situations where you're saying, what can we do to have some relevancy in this game? I mean, you talk about Alvernia, what they've accomplished thus far, how good they're looking. Finally, a first blood going down here for Alvernia, and they've lost 3 players in the meantime in exchange. There's just not much you can do. And finally, BDOE, once again, almost missing those shots, but stays alive, and Spike, that's being dropped. You get that notification, you let them know this isn't Call of Duty, this is a different game, where that spike is so important that it has to be called out. So with 3 players remaining, Alvernia looking to hit those shots. Sim most definitely beating him to the cut. It's one of those scenarios saying, honestly, GVSU for those past couple, they were feeling themselves. They were saying, honestly, what are they doing better? they're just hitting their shots, quite plain and simple. But speaking of simple, it's a little simple play to get that spike down to make sure to elongate this clock.
They had to use their ultimate, the From the Shadows Dallas, to collect it from its position on the ground outside of mid-window. Always something easy to see, easy on the eye, so fun, but unfortunately, despite that impressive play, one you don't get to see often, you get to see something that you've seen pretty much consistently through the last 3 rounds. An Alvernia player falling in the end, and it will unfortunately net themselves now down even further. 5 rounds of a buffer between these two teams.
Ooh.
As GVSU are ready to, well, send us into an interview, Dallas, because they are looking to finish this one out. Alvernia going for a timeout as well to talk things through. What do you think they're talking about?
I don't know. I think the first question they're asking is, did we forget this button was here? Because, I mean, you're sitting at 6-11. You're 2 rounds off from this entire series being over, that you kind of need this earlier. You need this rally at some point or another that GVSU they were having. Keep in mind, a couple rounds ago, flawless rounds back-to-back. Players feeling themselves, going on massive strains of kills, and finally looking to employ those, not even for a round because they got the money to buy, but they say, honestly, the Vandals was more there for a backup. Let's use the Tour de Force and just, why not? Find a little bit of a cutoff. So Alvernia, they had to come up with something outstanding here, just plain and simple. They have to find a way to get an angle onto that garage if they do want to push that. They have to stop pushing window. That's the biggest thing if you ask me. You're lining up in mid. BDOE's there. He's looking disgusting. I don't even know if he's the top fragger anymore, but still, the fact is he feels like he is. He feels like he's the entirety of the lobby thus far. 15-9, just 1 behind, but he feels more of a menace on this defense than anything else, and that's to be expected. So what do you do here? Well, honestly, find the chamber, bait something out, jump around every single corner, and just play as a pack mentality. And once something swings, you got to find that first blood from it.
They still, after talking that one through, they say we've got to buy. We've got to full. Even though we can't have full armor for every player, we got that soft armor through. We got to go. That's what they're doing. They have a vigilance to swing in aggressively. Unfortunately, though, traded back. But Sim's aggressiveness over towards platform takes down Louvre, who has been top dog for the side of GVSU, shockingly enough. Rolling Thunder sent out a showstopper as well. Unfortunately, just right past, and he gets a little bit of damage to the player inside Cubby, but not enough to really be an important matter. Sim inside Cubby themselves, a rupture to possibly be a level of danger, but looks like Sim will find themselves a corner to tuck themselves on into. Flash sent as well. ARAX good for another. They'll send out another bit of a concussive blast to find some space. ARAX, though, flash. They did not get closed out. You've got to find that kill, Orly, and finally will, as it will be Alvernia surviving and thriving to take another one, finally up to 7.
It gets down to the situation where you're saying, all right, guys, things aren't looking good. What do we do? How can we get scrappy? We found plenty of rounds like that on Breeze because the map's a lot more open. It's our home territory, even though we unfortunately kind of bit the dust on that one. What can we do? Well, what's the most kind of cut and dry, kind of gold layout situation that you can see in a lobby, especially on Haven? Well, throw it on C. Every single piece of utility you got. Every single bullet in your magazine, just throw it down range, throw it down long. Pray you hit those shots, otherwise not much to work with. And speaking of shots, Sim is hitting those right here off the get-go for a first blood.
Not a good spot for GVSU to be sitting in, though they still should have plenty of money after the nice round wins they collected for themselves in tandem. Stiz out, though, will now go for this plant, and a site will be taken for Alvernia. Tether tossed over the top, not seemingly tag anyone whatsoever. GVSU, though, with a man disadvantage. Prowler sent around the corner, does not make it far enough to tag that player sitting in close cubby. Hythe inside short ramp, closed out there from the dark cover instead. Dive finds themselves a prime angle to take down Orly, a very big nuisance for their side. And they'll have all players now extend into the objective. Rolling Thunder pop. I do think we'll see Sim get away from it. Still Illusion. How do you get 2 kills there while you're concussed? It's just Dive left standing. They'll make it down to the 1v1. Vigilance is here. It has to be a connected shot. Can't find the kills. Dive's going to extend for it. Vigilance is just going to keep baiting them off of this one because Dive is running quickly out of time. They'll turn back away. There's no way to survive it. The spike will explode, and Dive will just barely die despite the attempted use of their Shrouded Step.
Yeah, so close, but just so far yet at the same time. Alvernia, that's really what they're trying to do right now is just get by with these rounds, keep GVSU locked up, Keep in mind, this is GVSU's map pick, so I mean, or excuse me, this isn't their map pick, but I mean, they're looking outstanding on it nonetheless. They're having the advantage once more, they're carrying things along, and they have that lead to be expected. They've already popped the tour de force. That's something they usually use as somewhat of a backup, but honestly, they've kind of flipped up that order, and now it may end up actually resulting in the entirety of the results that we're getting this far flipped up as well. Alvernia needs to step things up. They're doing exactly that. They're looking for the aggression. They're playing into it. They're resulting these first blows for themselves, and that's the good cutoff that they're looking for. They're getting close on that chamber. The result of the Manda Rendezvous. They say, honestly, it's a free site. This is something we don't get very often. Let's make the most of it. Oh.
Vigilance. What in the world? How do you get away with that one? Dive, not allowed to have any level of impact in this round. Illusion on the flank. Has some assistance there from Loof, but you got to be a bit more aloof than that. You've got to find impact towards sight. You're nowhere near it. A huge problem. You can deny the two players that are holding back towards flank. Sorry, make it 3. But your players that are actually defending the site more directly are struggling. You lose a Rex. BDO is the only player to find any level of impact, and you're losing your 2 flanking players as well. Illusion, the only one to survive that scrap. Now moving in towards Garage. They're just going to go ahead and save out this round. They're not going to worry about contending for it. Save the op and make sure you have a rifle to work with. It will bring that scoreline up to 11-9, though, as Alvernia are quickly closing that gap that GVSU had created for themselves.
So situations now the GVSU is looking at, saying another round. It's another round. It's another round. You're seeing there towards the back that, oh, we lost it. Oh, go ahead and save this one. We'll just play for next. Oh, things aren't looking all right. You can't have that attitude anymore. There becomes a point to where you just go ahead, kind of get way too lax and just losing these rounds, and you're saying, oh, we'll get him in the next map. No, that's not something you can be thinking about at this point in the game. You are 2 rounds off. You still have 2 rounds separating you and your opposition. You got a full buy round underway, almost. Considering that Loof doesn't really have anything to work, but I mean, everybody else does. So you don't have to worry yourself with that too much. Loof is the one hitting their shots. Loof is the one feeling good, playing off that assistance towards A long, looking for that little bit of a wombo combo. But once again, the A aggression is to be expected. What do? Play bring around the Rosie. They're going to push A, so you push C.
Tasmanian Tiger sent out. Notice now the GVSU, despite having the site be taken from them, they've actually kept all of their players alive, something that has been somewhat foreign to them, as Alvernia have been a little bit too quick on the take. Now it's just GVSU giving them that space and working to retake it on the point afterwards. Unfortunately, Vigilance, who had moved all the way over now towards Garage Door, finds themselves a kill of the player inside B. Now finding another one inside Garage. Swings to Dive, but Dive gets the upper hand for the time being. Dive now has to get a little bit of assistance from Illusion, but you've got to still play for the objective. Spike's on the ground. Time is ticking against you. You've got to expedite this rush forward. You got to hope that BDO can carry their own inside Garage. They will at least be able to find one there onto Orly. Dive, though, on site. They're going to have to try and stick this one as best they can. They stay for the time being. Rupture goes back their direction. They can't do much. This will be a round lost should things not go in their favor. That will be the case. BDO will get away with the operator and, wow, just barely survive the distance of that Spike's explosion. But that is a 1-round difference now closed through after a really good 4-round spree backed by Alvernia.
Buyout time again and again and again and again is one of those situations where honestly it's a little concerning here for GVSU. They're looking for a common denominator. What is going on in these rounds that we're losing? Why are we losing these rounds? What's the one thing we're kind of letting happen so consistently? Well, it's not really first blood, so it's kind of been half and half. What's the biggest differential here? The spike is going down. You've had 2 of these rounds where you're running away, you're saving these guns, you're not looking to stick it all the way through to the end. Look for these exchanges. It's slow rotations, you're not ready for it, and you don't really have too much of a game plan because your chamber, even though they're the first one to get that information, the first one to get offsite, they're the last ones to go back onto it. Nobody's overextending. You see, I mean, Alvernia, they're getting this kind of sketchy, little thrifty situation, and they're playing very, very good at it. They're playing back. They're not over-aggressing. Even though their composition plays into it, they say, we've already utilized that. Our job is done. All the utility that's remaining, utilize it for that post-plant. Play it slow, sit back, and you've got to start setting up some flanks of your GVSU.
So many problems that just keep adding up, and GVSU are pretty much still struggling to find that answer. 2 players without full armor to their name soft the round, and well, Dive is one of them. We had a spectacular matchup just previously on Breeze. And it's so interesting. I always point out the team that frags together typically wins together, Dallas. And
yeah,
GVSU's stat line is very similar. Lowest player having 13, highest having 18. Meanwhile, Alvernia's bottom frag is not even reached that double-digit margin yet, and still they are possibly going to come back and win this one. They're very good in these last few rounds. It's just an interesting statistic to GVSU struggle. Loof, though, trapped next to the Radiant Crits and will fall because of that. A double swing, both through that hallway of garage and one through that C long. They have just been impossible to deny this C position. Stiz out forced to move away, did get concussed, but ultimately will not be denied of planting that spike. They do move it away from Platin over towards its normal default position inside a central site.
We do seem kind of going ahead and have an eye on what could be flank, but they don't really end up following through with it. Once again, you these situations where not only did you give up that first blood, but even more so. All right, good. Spikes down once more. Playing, just throwing that utility out there, giving Alvernia this leeway. It's those situations where you're saying this is their map pick. We were expecting to turn it up on the offense. It's because they have ideas. And honestly, if they one fails, they get a couple more. And once that works, why not keep on doing it again and again and again? Because why? GVSU is just gonna run away because that spike's gonna inevitably get to a point where there's just nothing you can do. This is the third round in a row that we have seen that Seaside work for the side of Alvernia and give themselves a scrappy round where they're not even really fighting for it.
How many times has BDO been the last player left standing with the rest of the team
Every
moves
time.
forward and gets picked
Every
off?
time.
At some point, you've got to look internally, BDO, and say,
You gotta
what's
say, you know
going
what?
on?
Forget it.
Are you baiting your team? What is happening? Every time BDO gets to a position, the team's already dead. They need to be watching an angle in terms of keeping the fight alive. It just feels like, I don't know. When you've got such a thing that's so consistent like that, it just feels like there's something wrong, something different. Thankfully, a bit of a transition in strategy. Video not just playing towards C. They find first pick. Very important for them as well, considering they've been struggling to find that first blood and the escape after the fact, though a paranoia is sent their direction. They move up towards heaven. Rusher will go towards Stiz out there in a bit of a precarious spot, but not too much to contend against, as Alvernia are at a man disadvantage in a post-plant scenario, but there are two players possibly looking to watch that flank and maybe move past that. They feel the pressure. It looks like a ultimate will be utilized here by the side of GVSU.
Most simply will, and it's going to be kind of just drawn out for a little bit. Looking at the fuse timer, seeing what you can really buy with it, knowing you get that stinger in hands. It's resulting in a lot of success here for the likes of GVSU that Alvernia really don't have much to work with. Even then, they only get a single player. Really go ahead and die there. They want to rip this gun out of the hands of that boy, and that's exactly what they do. Hyde can't really carry that over to the next. Can't really look at the gun of a barrel of a gun and find yourself staying alive there. So already a little bit of a difference goes a long way. Crazy how when you don't have that same setup for 4 rounds in a row, that you finally end up getting yourself a little bit of a round win. And even then, it didn't cost all the money that you've been investing again and again into these rounds. Why? It's because you've seen that, all right, you keep on pushing C. Let's put the aggressive guns there. Let's put the guys who are looking to go ahead and hold these corners. So let people come and decide and fight for it. Because obviously, BDOE, I mean, you're great, dude. You're doing an outstanding job when it came around to initial picks again and again and again, following suit with that. But C just isn't the spot. Let's put you on A. What do you know? Both rounds so far on A. Initial picks. Looking really good in that regard.
Illusion over the top. Sim a little bit too deep into the corner to truly be felled. Thankfully, BDO is there. I mean, BDO's just mad, Dallas. Annoyed that we called him out for always being the last player standing. They're saying, I'll be the catalyst. It's me. I'm top dog. And unfortunately, well, the dog may be in them. The doppelganger of Height still finds themselves victorious. Flanked from dive, it doesn't find kills. That's not a good spot to be in, though damage done to both could spell maybe possible chance to return. A-Rax finds one, swings to the second. GG no re, as GVSU will continue on in the bracket and Alvernia will fall here in playoffs.
So it definitely took them a minute there for GVSU to wake up in that map behaving. But even then, I mean, you saw it there in that last round, even down to the very last second, they were still being a little bit shaky on those plays because they just weren't sure whether it would actually happen or not. They didn't want to overinvest. They didn't want to cross that line. That sometimes you need to take that risk and overstep that line, but honestly, when you lose that confidence, you never end up doing it. You usually end up just kind of staying back and letting things occur and just saying we'll save for the next, and that happened way too much. Even then, kind of, I'll just mention right quick, because they ended up winning, they did a great job. Now, once you had that flank player and you saw all those players swing on top of you, where was the setup there? Where was the 3 players waiting on that double swing to come through? Saying, honestly, welcome to the party. Do what you want to do. But, yeah, you're dead. There's nothing you can do about it. In situations like that, you got to be setting up more consistently, thinking about on a moment-to-moment basis. And they kind of lost it there for a little bit. But finally, because of the amount of leeway they gave themselves early in that half, and even then on the first half, they finally said, okay, we figured it out. It took a little while, but hey, we're here, and they're now out of this. We don't have to worry about it anymore.
Forcing players to make a decision with their crosshair placement is one of the most just kind of slept on ideas in esports in general, no matter what it is. We saw it just 2 rounds before where they moved into takedown Hythe. They didn't want him to bring their rifle into the next round, so they put all 3 players straight through the dark cover. And that made it so Hythe, who had an initial lockdown to be able to take down Dive, couldn't pick between Dive and Loof and got killed and found neither of them. You've got to force them to turn. You've got to force them to look at more than one target. Like you said, they should have all 3 just been staring down that lane and said, haha, welcome to your demise. We're moving on and you're not. They didn't. They still take the win, but those are scenarios that are a consistent problem for them, a big thorn to them. And it really came off the back of them requiring BDO to step up big. They had to have one man be that one-man army. Vigilance was the one-man army so good for the opposing side of Alvernia, but maybe I guess the one-man army, the full-man army on the opposing side of GVSU was a bit too much to overcome. We'll have an interview, I believe, coming up after this one, though, Dallas, with a winner on the side of GVSU. We'll handpick them and get them on here to ask a couple questions. So make sure you stay tuned for that one, as they will move on here in this Champions Division to make their chance now, as I believe, more likely than not, they'll face Houston of all teams. Stay tuned for the interview. We're back. We're ready. We've got
Wait, I
Dive
can't hear
here for the
anyone.
side of GVSU, and seemingly a little bit of tech problems with that. We'll hopefully get that one sorted out and underway. And I think the rest of the GVSU team is behind them. Is actually in facility here in Dallas. But we've got a couple questions. They're struggling. They can't hear us right now, unfortunately. They're talking things through. Is it in that headset? Dive, can you hear me now? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Figure it out. I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
We can hear you on a different headset, I think.
Cool. There we go. We got things sorted. I'm Infernos. This is my good friend here, Mick, aka Dallas. We got a couple questions for you for your interview. A big congratulations to your team in general, obviously, for now going off into the playoffs. First question to prime up. Perspective next game, probably against Houston of all things. How you feeling about that one?
We played Houston already in the season. It didn't go so good for us, but I think this time around, I think we have them this time for sure.
All right. Confidence. Dallas,
All
you got
right, I
something?
like the confidence. Even then, I mean, going ahead, talking about Houston, let's go ahead. I'm going to get the bad vibes out of the way just before, because obviously that's something we want to keep behind us, and it's going to be something probably looked at going into next week against the likes of Houston, because that's going to be ironed out. Against on that Haven, those 4 or 5 rounds we saw strained together by the likes of Alvernia. What were you guys thinking? I memean, you had such a strong, dominant lead on Haven. You guys were looking outstanding across the board, just hitting your shots. There was even some flawless rounds back-to-back by Vito. I mean, man was lighting it up across the kill feed, and y'all were just snappy with it. But it seemingly just kind of disappeared, evaporated in midair in a split second, and I'm trying to figure out where exactly that went.
For us, it was those rounds where they're just doing that C-split. It was, at first, it caught us off guard for sure, and we tried to adapt to it, but I think we just took the wrong angle at it for sure at the beginning. And once we figured out, like, what really we needed to do, I felt like it was easy to get back into the game and really, like, finish out those couple last rounds we needed.
It took you guys a timeout and a couple of rounds after that as well, though, to completely get your head back in the game. And it also required Vito to step up big. I had a question for him, though I don't think he can hear me. I was going to ask him, how does it feel to be top dog? Because he's got that dog in him. I don't think that's undeniable at this point. It's just absolutely stepped up big. Dive, you did wonderful on map 1 as well, so not to throw you into the bus anyway.
Yeah, I get it. It's the Vito show. I try my best to show out for the stream, but...
Hey, you popped off on map 1 hard. You had, what, 3 rounds in a row with a 3K? You picked up a 4 at one point or another. Didn't get the ace, unfortunately. But
I wanted the ace, but it's okay.
You were hunting for it. Get it on the stat sheet, I'm sure, but it happens. Got one more question for you guys. You guys, last time you faced Alvernia Gold, it was a 2-1 score line, and it was a somewhat close affair for the last one as well. This one, obviously, very close, but how's it feel to close this one out in 2 instead of needing a 3rd?
Way better. I feel like we were more confident against them this time. I would have liked to close the Haven game out faster. I feel like we did toss a couple rounds, but overall, I feel like we're a better team than we were when we faced them the first time.
Got some notes, Dallas?
I mean, I do want to go ahead and give props to y'all, obviously, for moving along. This can be a fun thing to kind of see y'all just kind of move your way up. And obviously, next week against Houston, that's going to be an outstanding game to keep our eyes on. But more importantly, obviously, you got to give credit to your opponent to some extent for making it this far. And even then, so I want to know who exactly, personally, kind of within the comms, whose name you were hearing the most, and give credit to a specific player on the side of Alvernia that was constantly making sure that, okay, we got to make some adjustments around this guy, because obviously, they made sure to kind of bring out of the distance.
For sure, Vigilant. I remember when we played him the first time. I think like the map they took off us, I'm pretty sure he was like their main problem, the main threat. And even this series, I think he had like 9 first bloods across both maps. So he was someone to look out for sure while playing.
This is a freshman roster as well, by the way, in case you didn't know that, Dive. That is a young team. And I get some of y'all are fairly young as well. You only have like, what, 1 senior on your team in general, mostly juniors. They're a very young team. And the fact that they're in this division, they gave you a really good fight like that. They were well seated. It's very impressive. So, like we said before, big props to Alvernia, but this is y'all's time to shine. We've got our questions out of the way. We'll let you get with the rest of your team to celebrate and have a great time. But before that, I want to give you a little bit of a platform to thank anyone that's helped you along the way, shout out anyone you want, and of course, to say any words closing out.
All right. For shout outs, the main person that like really keeps me going and makes me want to play good is Cam Pitbull. He's a player on our second team, and he's been a big influence on my career so far.
All right, glad to hear that. Thankfully, you have someone there, Dive. Glad to hear that as well. That's it for the interview. We got another game coming up right after this one. Thank you, Dive. Thank you, GVSU, for coming out, closing out the game, of course, having this interview. That is it for me in the booth. We'll play our cast musical chairs to send things on over. Dallas will be picking it on up with Orbital, and we'll see you guys for that next matchup. Stay tuned.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. We're keeping things moving along. A little bit of cast for musical chairs going on for the likes of Infernosis being out of here. I'll be sticking around for one more series, but this time I'm joined by Orbital against the lovely two teams we got going on with Fresno State and Sac State as well. Still within a high regards to the squads of what we got, at least for tonight in our rosters, and even then an interesting map set as well. How you doing, Matt?
I'm doing okay. I'm ready to cast some Valorant and hopefully see who moves on to the next round of playoffs. I mean, this is the time, right? This is the time you got to buckle down. Regular season doesn't matter. So, I mean, all the records that you had against someone before should be out the window. Should, right?
Yeah. Most definitely. And even then, I mean, we're also around in the Challengers division still. We have not moved from that. So, I mean, keep in mind, these players, the regards that they're in, the kind of caliber that they're playing at, it's going to be just around the same thing. No matter what, sure, we got preferences, we got lineups, we got, agent selects, we got compositions, we got rankings, but all those still feel like they're not even relevant to a certain extent just because of how well these players all do. And even then over the course of the season, any kind of developments can be made just to go ahead and turn this entire game on a whim.
Yeah, it's a lot of momentum shifting, right? These teams have got to have a very basic understanding because, again, this is still a best of three, right? We're not doing the best of fives that we did last time. I believe last season we had all best of fives, but for time constraints and to make sure players are able to get through these games, it is best of threes until the grand finals, which is where we're going to see those best of fives really play out. But at this time, it's very important that you gain momentum and learn how to take over a game if it's kind of on that losing side, right? If you're behind in rounds, it's very easy to get swayed and say, hey, we'll go next round. No, you can't do that. You got to be fighting for every single round, every single moment, and you cannot let up for a second.
Yeah, speaking of not being let up by behind, let's go ahead and take a look at the entirety of the North Pacific region because sure, there's going to be teams ahead, teams behind in terms of rankings, but I mean, honestly, you never know what could happen in these ladders. You never know what developments could be made or even then what kind of any of these teams could happen. And Fresno State obviously sitting at number 3, Sac State Gray sitting at number 6. The kind of differential isn't huge. We're not looking at the likes of, something around SFU White and UBC Saffron or UVic Blue and UBC White. It's definitely a lot more even and you never know what could really happen, especially considering the records are going to be a little bit more closer across the board in terms of experience, I'd say.
Yeah, so taking a look at it, Fresno State Red currently are sitting at a 6-2 lead, and we're very, very nice towards the end of the season. Picked up 2 wins in a row, very convincing, I might add as well. Between those 2 games, they dropped between all 4 games that were played, both of those series were 2-0s. They dropped a grand total of 16 rounds, which is very, very impressive. On the flip side, Sac State Gray are sitting at a record of 3-5, and unfortunately, 3 losses in a row is what they ended their season on. Week 6's match against Sac State White was a very rough one at a 3-game loss, and then Week 7 and Week 8 were both 0-2. So for that squad, they're looking to bounce back a little bit and hopefully give us a good taste of what is to come and make their way forward maybe for a rematch against Sac State White.
Yeah, because even in that last series that we saw against the likes of, obviously, the other two, Alvernia and GVSU, they had faced each other early in the season as well. It wasn't a week 2 affair, it was a week 1, and even then a lot of things change over time. We've seen patch notes come out and the game kind of change up on a certain extent. Maybe some of these teams, we're not sure what they've really gotten themselves into, but honestly, Harbor is legal within the agent pool right here, right now. We haven't really seen him be thrown out, so maybe somebody could be looking to employ that curveball to a certain extent. There's a lot of different factors that could be taking place now, considering that, you face everybody inside this region, inside this division, that you may have picked some things up along the way. Figured out what's going on, see what exactly you can employ yourself, and more importantly, if you can do it better. But already talking about at least one of these teams that we got to work with is going to be like the Fresno State Red, being the kind of favorite coming to this NFC number 3 with 3Ds, Gozu, Leaf, Finskow, and Sugitsu. All, an outstanding set of group, and even then, pretty, I'd say, up there. Obviously not really the most experienced in the world in terms of being around in the school, but or at least in the halls, but you got sophomores and juniors all kind of knowing each other to a certain extent.
Yeah, and for this squad, I want you to keep your eyes on 3Ds. So the last time this squad faced up against Sac State Gray, 3Ds dropped 3 amazing games, and in this situation, they dropped 3 20-bomb games. In game number 1, it was 23-18. In game 2, it was 21-17. And game 3 was a top for the team at 23-14. So a very high caliber player to watch for.
Yeah, most definitely was. And even then, I mean, we get the likes of Sac State Gray who can even go ahead and put a shut down to that man possibly, because obviously it's going to be a little bit of a hot topic from the last time they play with the likes of it's Canavar, it's OMG, it's Queasy. You get obviously also as well a little bit of a graphic change there. So sure, sorry about that, Sac State. We're going to give yourself the love coming up here later. But as it stands right now, we can also go ahead and give the love to the likes of the maps as well, as we do see Fresno State carrying through is there with the first pick of Bind. Fracture, Sac State's pick as well. There is a follow, and Icebox being the conclusion. The one we didn't see in that last series, but maybe it'll go the distance here.
And I'm very, very surprised about this. Fracture is usually one that's actually banned out more than Breeze, at least in my opinion, right? People dislike Fracture quite a bit. So the fact that Breeze was banned away by the side of the Bulldogs and then Fracture picked up leads me to believe that this might just be a tactical advantage try and pick. Sac State Gray going, okay, they don't feel as good on Fracture, so we're going to take that chance. So I like that idea. At the same time, it's a heavy, heavy grass. Again, teams... I've yet to see a team look very comfortable on both attack and defense on the Fracture map. So that'll be very interesting. The fact that it is a force map means that both teams will give us a great idea, and maybe some of the other teams tuning in, right, and taking a look for themselves about what to expect in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, kind of a little bit of an aggressive start there in the likes of Bind. That's something we're going to be looking for. But once again, back to Sac State. Apologies for that. I want to give you your love. It's obviously, I left off on Squeezy. Carmi's going to be the last one there to go ahead and follow up with the Griff and IUB. All a much more kind of experienced roster. A lot more juniors across the board. Not really seniors scattered about in there, but a freshman as well. I love those kind of outliers of the freshmen and both of these squads kind of being there, almost being the new kid around the block, obviously to replace somebody else who graduated here recently, and saying, honestly, some new blood, that's exactly what we need to kind of be the headstone.
Yeah, and for this team, there's a player that in their last matchup also saw a very standard style and very nice play, which was Bowie. So IUB, again, backwards Bowie, so that's the name there. It's very, very fun. I like it. But last time, I believe, had racked up a decent KDA, finished at least top 2 for their own team each time. Records were in game 1, 22-22. Game 2 was 22-14, and then last game was 18-17. So all in the top 3 of the fragging states. Played relatively safe as well. Fade into chamber and chamber. So a little bit more of the controlling side, a little bit more appropriate for that style of just keeping that backline appropriate, right? The chamber and the fade, both very good in giving intel and denying intel as well. So I'm very, very interested to see how this plays out if the teams have gone ahead and changed things up. Because again, the last time these two teams played, they played a grand total of 77 rounds. Game number 1 actually went triple OT. So they know what it means to make it an endurance run.
Yeah, and even then, I don't know if we're going to replicate that too much, but it'd be very surprising to see that first map be replicated here on Bind. I mean, considering that this map is very aggressive, you talk about those kind of little peaks here and there, getting the information, every little bit of that counts on Bind, because it's only about relevant for a couple seconds, it feels, with how easy it is to rotate on the map. You could literally be looking at somebody on the site, they hit a teleporter and they're somewhere else, and you're going to have to go ahead and run what feels like an extra mile just to compensate for that. This map comes down to a lot of aggression, knowing your angles, checking everything as fast as possible, and executing to almost a T. Otherwise, your attack is going to feel very lackluster with all these choke points that are allotted throughout the map.
Yeah, and this is also the map that they did go triple OT on as well. So it does mean not only do these teams understand that the angles and the different teleporter strats that come out, they know it by heart, it feels like, right? If they went to triple OT, it means that they were fighting for every single round. They were basically skill checking their opponent over and over again. So that leads me to believe that this is going to be quite dangerous, right? I don't expect to see, those 5-0 sweeps, the flawless rounds over and over again. I'm leaning a little bit more towards the clutches. I want to see the clutches lay up. I want to see these players really step up to the plate. And I want to see, I really do hope to see Sac State Great give us a great performance, because I believe that was one of the maps that they did lose. Yes, I'm not crazy. Fresno did win it out 16-14 in that game specifically, so I want to see what they can do. I want to see if players can step up once again, and if the strat is going to differentiate, right? That's the other thing. You talked about it. Harbor now coming in here after multiple weeks, and again, they played in week 2, so about 6 weeks of games in between. I do hope to see some sort of improvement, some sort of modernization, if they feel so. If they play the exact same compositions, I want to see better gameplay as well.
Yeah, and even that's going to be go ahead and kind of accumulate a little bit inside of the factor of this game. I mean, you look at these teams, they obviously know each other to a certain extent. They've seen their kind of play styles in these maps. They've seen it all unfold before. But obviously there's going to be changes. It's not just kind of those tendency changes that are just completely counteracted in one squad, but more naturally developed once you see these other squads and what they've done. Because keep in mind, none of one of these teams are number one. They're not playing from a situation where it feels like we can't change anything because we are quote unquote perfect compared to everybody else. You still have some leeway there. You still have some changes that can be made. You still have some developments that can really occur there. So I'm really intrigued to see what kind of developments are going to be made. And even then with some patch notes to come out as well over the course of the season since that week 2, you're going to see some changes. Obviously, one thing kind of being that Reyna layer is one thing. The flash changes were the biggest to me. It's the KO, the Reyna, the Sky. All three of those players were kind of impacted to some extent or another. And as you can see, kind of are kind of looking to, let's say, put some influence there. I'd be excited to see that.
I would as well, but it actually looks like we're not going to get some of those. KO obviously being completely disregarded here. Is that going to be... Okay, it is. So Breach Brimmy plus a Chamber, Bully actually going for that one instead, and then the Reyna on the top side. So Reyna having a little bit of love there from Canaver. But Karmi's going to go for that, the Rays. My brain did not want to work there at all. This feels pretty old school coming out of Sac State Gray in terms of the composition that they played last time. They played a Brimstone, a Fade, a Viper, a Rays, and a Sky is what they worked with last time. So quite a bit of difference here.
Choose your agent.
Yeah, looking to get a little bit more aggressive across the board for the Sky there for the flashes. And we're talking more about actual crowd control. Still being able to see everything. The double duels across the board for both ends, possibly if Kenavar does go ahead and end up locking that in. It'll be very, very interesting to see and very fun to watch considering the level of aggression that we mentioned earlier is going to be employed on both sides of the field. You usually let to go for those double initiators here. Look to go ahead and have those flashes to work off of. Maybe with Skies, we mentioned those heals because those choke points, you will end up taking damage in those, whether you like it or not. It comes down to whether or not you will actually die or whether you are barely scraped by with your teeth, and Sky's usually there to compensate for that. So it's going to be fun to see that difference between the likes of a Jet and a Reyna, to say the least.
Yeah, this is gonna be a true testament, and I love it. So of course we did see Sac State Gray starting out on the defensive to kick things off here, and that'll be another little show here because that gives Fresno, I believe, or maybe I'm going a little bit crazy. Let me double check that real quick because my brain did not register that at all. Yeah, so Sac State Gray on the defensive, so that means Fresno State are going to be the ones in control to kick things off. Give us a good idea of what they are looking for, right? Give us a good idea of how they're going to control the pacing of this map and keep themselves under control. And of course, it's already looking like a pretty harsh lead into that B site, mid and B completely covered in a 2-3.
It's usually where you expect a player to kind of be stationed themselves. You're going to be looking at, obviously, in these first couple rounds, getting a feel of where these players should be kind of like feel themselves out, where these trademarks should be kind of lurking about, and you already know that one right there, at least from our benefit, is going to be right there inside. Hookah to be shut down there for a first one. Buey, come out with that, already going ahead and shut down that chamber counterpart.
A very nice first spot as well. This is going to put Fresno State into a little bit of a bully round because, again, they've already been spotted out and they've been wasted, but 3Ds was able to pull the lurk off, and that is the appropriate response. That'll be a trade of 1-for-1, and Fresno State Red properly calibrate for this issue and rotate out and still take another on the rotate out.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it comes down to. They got themselves a pretty good bit of value. They took 2 players and now have the advantage to work with, and even then a rotation coming through as well. The faster they go, which speed is the name of the game for them, considering that double duelist, it works that much better for them. And even then, a flick of a lifetime will be a nice little cherry on top for this taking that spike plant.
And that one feels bad, right? Sac State Gray actually had a good read, and they've been chasing pretty hard, but this is a little bit of a problem. Queasy is going to drop one, but took a little bit too long, and you couldn't really retaliate for a second as well.
Couldn't have that crosshair lined up for the second one either, but even then, in some good exchanges, a 1v2 situation, you got Kenavar over there towards the edge and Showers looking to go ahead and have that ghost in hand. Still heals available, so this could be good so long as you have the lineup, and there it is. Good for one, but the trades are almost so miraculous, so meticulous there from Fresno State that they inevitably get themselves that first to work with and forced to kind of follow it up with.
Honestly, that was a round that I think Sac State Green can be very proud of, right? You take it down to the wire, you get down to just one member left alive, and the fact that Fresno were that on point to rotate out, right? That snap call is saying, hey, we lost one in the entry in Hookah, well, we got to rotate out, cool, let's go ahead and cut off the teleporter because we just heard it. The snap decisions that Fresno State were making did throw Sac State Gray for a loop, so the fact that they were able to recover, take 4 away after losing in a 1-2, is so much better than I expected. And right now, of course, they give themselves a little bit of an econ boost. This one should, of course, be that anti-eco, should give a fair bit over to Fresno.
Yeah, they can do stuff like that a lot more, even on like 50 rounds per se, with kind of interesting guns that'll look outstanding. They already going ahead, ripping one of these players out. If they could have gotten themselves a little bit more, it would have been just a huge effort. But still, that can't go down. Not a kill to come out from it, sadly enough. GVSU ends up closing that thing. But still, 1-4 situation. You know, you've saved a lot of these guns thus far. Just hold these angles. It's probably a classic coming in your direction, and we had the benefit of knowing that's exactly what it is, that you just hold your angles. And honestly, I wouldn't blame Kennevar to just hold things out, wait for that spike to go off, and say, I would much rather die to a spike than possibly give that ultic to somebody else. But if it's to a jet and it goes towards a blade storm, that's probably the one that people hold back the most on.
It's the one that you're hoping isn't going to peak, and at the same time, that's what a duelist is supposed to do, right? So you're just like, all right, that's going to be it. But we do see the buyouts coming here, and this is where we get to see a little what Sac State Gray are hoping to put together here, right? You can already see the Odin, which I think is going to be sold back soon. I don't think Canaver is actually going to run that. A third round Odin and praying for a win is a little bit cheeky, especially with light armor. But hey, if it works, right? But right now, Fresno, they're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a look. Still close range combatants. And again, B site, they haven't really been able to get perfectly. So they want to perfect it. They're going to go ahead and take a third chance at the site.
I really can't blame them, and go ahead, try to repeat it maybe third time's the charm. Moving out that you got these guns to work with, this kind of be expected, knowing that, I mean, honestly, you could just nail it down, but it's kind of confusing seeing the Fresno State's going for it. Already a spike, gone ahead, being kind of lured towards, it's over there by that teleporter, and somebody's probably going to be hitting that, or they're going to double down and just go for the aggressive play. And with all these Spectres in hand, the site is much more optimal for those kinds of guns. So you find the opportunity to swing out. It's the real thing. You got that Brimstone that was there for a second. You don't want to be pushing out. You don't want to put yourself in a chokehold. And honestly, when you get the chamber in the back, heals or no heals, you're not concerned with that. You're just looking to stay alive and try and get that plant down to maybe hold some angles of your own.
And right now with this call, it's a quiet rotate with a lurk in mid. You can see the jet kind of floating in between the mid and hookah lounge. So just making sure that they cover their angles, and they're trying to bait out some info from Sac State. No one is making a move, though, in this 3v4 as they rush in. This is going to be the big opener. Great molly.
This definitely will be great. 2K coming up from Sagetsu as well. That's a catalyst you need if you're trying to go for a site. That's the little influence you want. And that's your duelists doing their job almost to a T. So great exchanges, but Carmi isn't done just yet. They're going ahead and they say curtain calls around for myself as well. I want a piece of the action because guess what? Our two duelists, we're the perfect ones for a retake, and we're the ones here to play as well. And Odin in hand, going around a corner, beats a judge whenever it's already tagged up a little bit, and Leaf just doesn't have not either the bullets or the health to really win that fight out.
Oh, the reload felt bad, but you know what you did is you knocked away 4 members again. And yeah, Carmi has to go ahead and pick up that Odin. It was such a big sacrifice. And honestly, for the money that Sac State put in, it didn't look great, right? Fresno State going ahead, buying up again, and GVSU. Oh, GVSU. GVSU's going the old school route. I love it. Judge in hand once again saying, give me that chance to get some kills. Fresno State feeling pretty pumped about this, and Sac State answering back. So the Odin is kept over, right? You can see that one. Phantom picked up by Carmi, but Squeezy and Bully going ahead, picking up their own judges. This is calling out some very close quarter combat style. Sac State saying, hey, they've been pushing B almost religiously for the last 3 rounds. Let's get ready for them to be a little bit closer in hand.
And even if they don't decide to go to B, if they go towards A, they're going to have that suppressive fire running down with an Odin. So it'll probably make them second guess what kind of approach they're going for, and they're almost falling for that exact trap. They were set up for A. They see the Odin. They say, honestly, it's set up right there towards U-Haul. This is a terrible decision. Well, it really comes down to the execution on the site if B becomes that much better. But honestly, they've read it near perfectly without even knowing it, that over towards that B side, you got that little lurk happening and that aggression over towards the likes of Hookah, and on the actual site, Long is going to be almost scot-free.
And because of this, they now have free entry in. This is very, very appropriate. Bowie realizing that they might be on the wrong side. And that's a great pick from Vince Cow to start things off.
Most definitely is. In a 1-for-1 exchange, you got 4 players sitting on the side just looking to get that spike down, trying to play it out, hoping that Odin doesn't go ahead and nail anybody's head in the meantime, but that's not going to be the case. You're going to be looking at the retake. You just can't swing anything out because Karmi not going to really be waiting there, but even then, Reyna with that suppressive fire can do so much damage that somebody's going to get the last shot eventually. They're going to find that execution, and talk about execution. It is an absolute slaughter fest coming up from Sac State Gray. They have 2 players remaining there at the end. They did a good job of finding themselves on site, and they are holding on to the Odin. That thing has been, oddly enough, a huge contributing factor to not only their retakes, but their holds as well, and their game plans of really eluding the attention to somewhere else in the map.
It's super impressive. Canaver now realizing that they're on a high streak, and the fact that you have the Reyna ultimate behind it, the Empress, I can bring some damage behind it. Fresno State realizing that they're in a tough spot, and I mean, you can't really buy out, right? Sugetsu is going to be hoping that the Bladestorm can get him through it, but Vince is going to do the same. So they're actually going to drop both these ultimates to give themselves a grand old opportunity. And this is going to give a little bit more range, which I think is what they were looking for. Sac State Gray, of course, playing a little bit closer to the vest. So with these 2 long-range, the Bladestorm and the Tour de Force, Fresno, if they get the first bloods and get the first kills, will open up a very large opportunity for themselves, which is why you can see them playing a bit more default, right? Not charging in right away, playing the long angles, giving themselves a little bit of space.
Love the kind of counter judge play going on right here towards Hook. I mean, you're playing it slow, you're playing it steady, you take some suppressive fire, you see that Brimstone come out defensively, and you don't know really what you're waiting on. But, I mean, Gozu does already have kind of a hunch that a player will be nearby. You see that trademark there, you know somebody's ready to set up a cross, and even with that paint shell, honestly, you don't want to let that fly. You don't want to see if that's going to happen, because if you're talking about flying, there's bullets, a first blood coming out from Vince, and over towards the A side of the map as well, alleviating some of the tension, causing a little bit of a rotation to come through, and maybe just a perfect opportunity to actually execute on this site, considering that chamber isn't still there.
And they haven't smoked it out, so this... Oh, no. Oh, no, please! No. The peekaboo. Peekaboo worked perfectly. That was so good. And the spike as well. Oh, that feels bad.
It's like, now we're going to go on a rescue mission. And a judge is holding it as well. And Vince is now outside there. So you've given him so much for honestly absolutely nothing. You've gotten some outstanding trades, you've got these kills, and even then Vince just cannot seem to hit these shots on a dancing chamber. But still, finally a last dance rolls around, and you got to push on the side. You got to do something here. You got 14 seconds. Hitting that TP won't even be enough time. You got to employ whatever you can. Press all the buttons on your keyboard, and hopefully result in some kills in the meantime. So Vince,
oh my gosh,
2 health remaining, trying to get that spike down. That's a very risky maneuver, but hey, honestly, it can pay you off so long as you still got the guns to work with and those green borders around your players.
The fact that you had to walk through the molly because of the timer means that this is now an HP advantage to the side of Sac State, and they still have the Odin. Oh, do you get the knife? You throw it and you miss. Oh, that feels bad.
Canaver's just out here with that Odin. It genuinely baffles me. You never see that weapon really utilized in full extensions. You never see players really kind of rely on those guns. I mean, the only time we see it, keep in mind, reliably, is on Ascent B side. Usually behind a Sova or a Fade. That's it. We never really see that gun all that much more. And it creates almost a little bit of a curveball in terms of a complete playstyles. There's nothing you can really swing for free without checking it. And you have to nail that shot. Otherwise, it will hurt a lot when you decide to actually swing it. So, all things considered, that's why they're putting it in these chokeholds of like A, where you see the lineups every single time. Get a little bit of spray to the left, spray to the right, do what you got to do. And even if you don't decide to do that, even every now and then, if they know they kind of have that figured out, they throw the curveball in there and saying, here's something different. A tour de force this time around. Swing it. It's not just you taking damage. You're guaranteed probably going to die there.
On top of that, you're also guaranteeing that you have a fresh entry point for a retake, right? That's actually what's gotten Sac State a lot of these wins, is you just lay down the Odin, you cover a single angle, and you allow your teammates to rotate across. That's actually what's given them a lot of B control as well, right? The curveball at the beginning holding those A chokes, but also on the entries, it's a spray through that doorway, and then they send them over to elbow, and it's like, it's perfect, right? The opponent doesn't hear it. You get free rotates, and you cover your own butt. So again, as you said, Sac State with this Odin is making such an appropriate change, and this is what we were hoping to see. Fresno State gonna be looking to try and make a chance of their own. Right now with the 5-stack, okay, will this 5-stack work? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, not quite sure either. That C is kind of paint shell coming in, really resulting too much. Bowie go ahead, resulting in 2 kills of his own, looking to fire the barrel up. Meanwhile, firing some players down as well with 3Ds going ahead, getting a read on one, but still, you get 3 more players sitting in your way. You got an Empress
30
on the
seconds
map
left.
with an Odin in hand because you know there's no way Canaver has dropped that gun. They were going to treat it as their blood, as their sugar and spice, their bread and butter, whatever you want to call it. They're going to have it in their hands. Even then, I mean, looking at a little bit of a lurk, Carmi there towards the back, nothing but a classic, and just playing it slow. Do what you can, use that maneuverability, see what you can force out. You know that spike is right there in that corner. Spray it down, hold it out there for the last couple, but honestly, that little bit of a lackluster attempt, 3 seconds on the clock, you back it up. That is a great read coming up by Sac State. There's a boom bot, but don't make that play. Don't peek. Don't overinvest. You're trying to go for it, but don't lose $2,900 in either player in the meantime.
Just a wee bit faster, and that also would have been pushing to that retake value, right? So very, very well done there by 3Ds. We did say 3Ds was one of the players that we wanted to watch out for and keep eyes on, right? A very consistent player, may not have the most flashy situations, right? I think the highest that we saw one of the teammates get was a 29 bomb, which was in game 1 back in their series in week 2. And it's very, very impressive, but 3Ds has been very consistent. So the fact that you're also able to pull out some of these crazier moves is so good. And now Vince able to find Squeezy, who has been such an absolute monster so far with the Odin. Without the Odin, seems to fall behind, but Bowie sends an answer in response.
Yeah, not really too bad of an exchange there. I mean, going ahead, getting that opener in the attacking side, you have to look for somewhat of a switch around, and I mean, it's presented itself. You get that chamber to get that pick, get that information, knowing that, okay, they're still over here towards this A side. They probably made the rotation, and considering there's a minute left, they're not going to flip-flop that many times, right? Right. They're going to go for the A side. They're going to push right there through A main. You're going to see Gozu getting a kill, and honestly, a great rotation coming up from the shadows to get that information towards the back. Bowie's still back there. You have that info. Play it slow. Honestly, paid out some gorgeous shots. Make the man miss to get a spike down. You just play for the post plant here. Find these angles. Make yourself comfy. Reyna's go for a retake this. We've seen again and again and again. I mean, Canaver has been discussing on these retakes. Sprayed through every single smoke without any regard for players nearby. But, I mean, honestly, don't even worry about that. Just play it back. And honestly, in a much more open situation like this A side compared to B, where you have all that kind of cover spread right in the middle, they're not going to be favored for this.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to take that chance. And this time around, it's one of the first times that we've seen Fresno State be able to hold a very consistent win, right? This is one of those moments where they could sit back and be very, very happy about their win cycle. Oh, Vince. Oh, dang it. Well, you know, you're going to die one way or another. You chose to go out with a little bit of a bang, but it's a well fought. 3 members staying alive is much more impressive than we've seen lately. And, you know, the only round that we saw Sac State, I think, win in that situation, I actually don't think they've won any round with more than 2 players alive. So this time around, Fresno giving themselves a nice leg up. It's going to be another bye round from Sac State. But it seems that Fresno have at least figured out a way to deal with that Odin. Keep playing wherever the gun shoots, play to the opposite side, and rotate quickly to get around it.
You're going to be kind of thankful if you're Fresno to have an Omen against that, because the biggest counter you can get to these Odins are smokes. You can't let these wide open pushes come through. You can't let these players see what you're doing. You have to nail those shots as well. And speaking of nailing them, Bowie does exactly that with a nice clean opener. Give you that man advantage towards their side of the map on the defense. And honestly saying it doesn't matter who peeks every single time. It's probably going to be a duelist. You have a backup, so you're not really too concerned about that. But honestly, it doesn't matter who it is. Raze is much better at clearing corners than Jet is. That's something they can't really work with anymore. Find a nice little nook and cranny to kind of secure yourself, and they can't really do too much about it without clearing it.
They're not even worried about it, right? They pulled some utility. They're happy about it. Now they can try an entry into another site. Of course, with 1 minute left, it's definitely much better than the 20 to 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
Are they actually going to sprint in here with all 4, though? This is quite surprising if they do. I would expect a little bit of a split, maybe try and go through showers, but with the nightfall, that's why they're willing to take it. You get 1 tether, and you hope that you can hold it down, but Canaver is able to take 1 still. That is a huge win for Canaver right there.
It most definitely is. I'm going to go ahead and get 1, kind of keep that pressure on. No, the spike isn't down just yet. That's what you're playing with. Creating that space for Carmi, who's right there still tucked away in shower, so nobody's been checking that. That's been a very kind of controversial spot in the map. Not really checked too much, kind of ignored to a certain extent, but honestly, it's really starting to bite Sac State right here, knowing that they're the ones who got the fangs. They're the ones who are taking those bites. They're the ones who creating that pressure on the map. Not even really just in an aggressive format to do it into spawn. They're just playing it slow and steady, checking off of each other, almost playing this game to a textbook tee.
I mean, again, it's coming down to just those small moments and windows of opportunity. And as you said, the textbook, right? They're bringing out the playbook that everyone practices over and over again, and they're just reading out the plays. Hey, they're doing this, so let's go for this, right? It's the chess moves, right? After a while, you learn what you need to do. And at some point, someone's got to break out of the playbook, right? Someone's got to call an audible. Someone's got to go a little bit crazy and do something a bit wild. And I have a feeling we're going to see it coming up here in the second half. Again, only a few rounds left. I believe this one in 2 more, 3 more, this one in 3 more before we get an idea of who is going to be giving us that all-important breakaway, right? As much as I think it would be interesting to see OTs again in almost a mirror of Week 2's matchup, I don't think it's going to happen. So Sac State now playing very aggressive. So this might be the call. Hard push up B side.
I don't know if this could be the case. Again, I mean, this B side, they push it again and again. Every time they start to push towards that B side initially, they haven't gotten any leeway at all. If they have not found initial kills, they haven't done it at all, really. And finally, they have managed to go ahead and shut down that Reyna. It's one of those times where you say, Canaver has finally died. That is not a luxury that's been given to us at all, if anything. And we need to make sure to do that, especially as a first blood. So once you go ahead and shut down that player, you got to take sight as fast as you can, and that's going ahead and being choked up. A nice little incendiary to say, all right, they can't push it. They can't go to their default spot. If they want to plant, it's going to be in a weird place, and they just can't manage to do that. So Fresno still with 3 players. Sac State still looking to play it slow, but they're just biting out this time. I am loving the way Sac State is just choking up the potential and making sure they can't do anything, as they're just raining bullets down, getting more damage done, forced them to eventually take that TP.
I mean, but this might actually play into Fresno State because you can see how quickly the Jet made it. And now that you have the util in hand, this might be a little bit of a dangerous spot. Fresno saying, hey, we caught you, and both teams are saying, no, we caught you. Oh, with the showstopper as well. This is a huge play by Carmi. This might seal the deal.
Going on that clock, waiting for a plant. There it is, 4 seconds, just barely. You got to get that swing, and you know it probably exactly where it is. A shot of a lifetime from Leaf. It comes down to a 1 more. You got the classic in hand. Try to take those shots. Can't nail the fling. The spray doesn't work out for you, but Carmi definitely does. I loved the intent that Sac State started off with. The retortion there from Fresno State in the mid-round, but I mean, inevitably, the spike does go down, and you're expecting that pressure the round to end earlier, but it almost became a nail-biter there for a second.
I mean, that was a nail-biter no matter what. What are you talking about over there, Nick? That was a nail-biter.
I mean, I was looking, I mean, honestly, I was hoping some shots to the ready and I, you know, maybe some missed shots there. Because there's a lot more leeway to work with on that setup for being real. I mean, B, you obviously go for the default every single time, but, I mean, when you have that kind of element of prediction, when you can take those shots because of how many times you're putting the spike in one place, it kind of makes these rounds a little more readable. But hey, speaking of readable, you can't really do too much in that regard because we're looking to switch things up now with the timeout active here. This is out of Fresno saying that these rounds aren't really working out for them. They got to find something different to do. And with a Nightfall at their disposal to work with, that may be the only kind of curveball in place.
Yeah, this is so far not the way that Fresno State were expecting this series to go, right?
Yeah.
This game number 1, they were hoping to have a bit better time in terms of reading, but I think, as you said, that Reyna has thrown them for a loop. It's been very frustrating to deal with the situation, and not just that, it's the added attention to Bowie, right? Bowie has been an absolute monster whenever Fresno want to back up, whenever they want to play a little bit safer and try and get out of range of that Odin. Bowie's there pushing like a monster, 10, 8, and 2 so far. So, excuse me, the fact that they have not found an answer to, I want to say, a nice medium, a nice dynamic that they can play with, they're now having to take chances, and they're actually opting to say, hey, B's not even going to be a chance. Let's just hold A. Let's give it a go against this Odin once again.
And once again, you run right into that Reyna. I mean, to be expected. Sure, you get the Nightfall, you create the decay, you pressure that player off the site, but you don't really have the best weaponry in the world. But I mean, some great pressure to kind of go ahead and make an exchange for that. You're not too concerned with this. Some great pickups, some even better shots come from Sac State. You had the start. You mean, you know how to get your foot in the door, but goodness gracious, you didn't make enough of an impact once you got inside.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this was also a save round. I think that's what it was. So, I mean, they gave it their best shot. And again, just taking away this Odin is the best thing in the world. I think they're at this point having a lot of fun with it. The fact that they rotated out though is giving Sugetsu a chance to get a plant down and try and turn it around. But instead of going for the plant at A, there is a teleport call and it is heard, very much heard. So now I chase out. Oh, Uh-oh. Squeezy. Or Queasy. Is this going to be a chance? In goes that ulti. Brutal.
Just barely able to squeezing it by, and even didn't really see too much of a cross. You know exactly what that player is going to be trying to get a stun off, and it's just a perfect pick once again. Sac State, they utilize their ultimates almost just so aggressively. They do not care how many players are alive. They don't care what's at stake there. They know if they have an opportunity to stall things for just a mere millisecond extra, they're going to utilize that. And I love that about it. I mean, again and again and again, they've done it. I mean, we look at that Rolling Thunder for one player. Fresno State's probably saying, all right, sweet, that's a good, ideal situation. They utilize a Rolling Thunder for one guy? How dumb is that? It's not that dumb when you have a 4-round lead, keep in mind. They are keeping things chugging along. They're using all these orbital strikes just to go ahead and stall out plants. They're making sure that clock can tick down as much as possible, and they want to choke Fresno for the one thing they can't control, and that's time itself.
Such important notes to make, and then of course the fact that this has just been back and forth, and this is again Sac State taking a commanding lead here. There is a chance at a 9-3. Again, Fresno State hoping that the weapons this time are going to play in their advantage. A great little stall out here on the B side. Bowie gets a lot of great information and is still going to actually play on this edge, so willing to wait it out and still gets a first blood. That has to be the 4th or 5th one that they've been able to pick up.
God.
And Fresno State are just allowing it to happen over and over again.
And even then, I mean, no instantaneous trade. You have so many players there towards B long. You're saying, how did none of you kill him? Are you serious? Like, there's so many there. I mean, I guarantee you that's the question they're asking inside their own brain, but they want to keep this round going underway, and they're hoping their teammates can kind of compensate for it. In the meantime, they do have another ultimate to work with, 2 of them actually, a Bladestorm and a Showstopper, but I mean, how will that Showstopper be employed? Will you find those kills, or will you once again kind of extend to a point where Bowie's just going to take these free shots? Knowing that smoke is down there, you're going to get that angle, you got to look for what you're swinging into, and speaking of swinging into it, there goes the Chamber v Chamber, lost out by the defense, but I mean, it's only an exchange, 1-for-1, Showstopper now employed, once again 1-for-1, good trades across the board, but still Fresno State come out on top saying, look, we get the spike down, we're sitting at 3v2, you kind of won the numbers battle on site, but you didn't win the war.
I'm loving the fact that Fresno have kind of gone away with, we're not getting picks, just rush. That's the answer that they found to work the best, right? Again, these entries into sites have actually worked for them. And now Vince gets a great 2-4 shot. Carmi going to try and come around and do a little bit of a clutch up here, but I mean, you're not going to really have it right there. But I think it's appropriate, right? Fresno, that's what the timeout was for. They said, hey, we're losing, right? That's the obvious factor. We are losing. That's the downside of here. So what do we need to do? Well, you can't wait around for Bowie. You can't wait around for Bowie to get those snapshots because it's very frustrating. And we can't wait around for Canaver to set up and just get absolute destruction on us with the Odin. So what do? We have enough to deny all information. As you said, 3Ds having that smoke. Same with the bounce in from Gozu. Being able to bounce in and just get an absolute speed dim and move off. That is what's impressive right now. They have opted to go full ham in certain situations, and that is letting them get so much value off. Oh, Carmi tried, and with their own Showstopper, are you going to find anyone? Nope. No one wanted to take that bait.
And even then, kind of already winning this war of attrition, right? Look at this Sky Smoke being put into spawn, slowing them down, saying there's going to be a split going up. Nobody really pushing up into B main over on that side of the map, but still a lot of aggression right here in this market area, trying to lock them down, saying you're not pushing A. I know that for darn sure. So anybody who's over towards the other side of the map, make the rotation, put that effort in there, because we're trying to do the best we can to choke them down. But Sugetsu able to go ahead and create some breathing space, but even then, a very quick exchange coming out from Carmi. Once again, Vince Cow to go ahead and do something, knowing that player isn't there anymore. It is just a roundabout of figuring out where these players are, where you can get that spike down, because there's 50 seconds on the clock. You got to make a decision, and A, it's the correct one.
And it seems Fresno are a little bit better in terms of dancing with the unknown, right? The chaos actually works for them. They are winning some of these gun duels as long as they're not being planted, right? Sac State, we've seen them win in certain situations where Canaver is set up, where Bowie is set up, and you can see it here, right? When they can plant their feet, when they don't have to deal with some of these unorthodox situations, they are winning out in such good fashion. So Getsu is able to get the reset, looking for a bit more, and blinded out. Canaver just rush it in. No way they get this. Leaf is finally able to get the finisher. And it is Fresno that pushed to a 7-5 after a narrow, dangerous scenario.
Yeah, I mean, even then, a very good one for them. I mean, nonetheless, a good scenario across the board for either team. You're only seeing a 2-round differential. We're not seeing a 6-6, as I mean, either one of them probably enjoy. But I mean, a lead to come out from the side of Sac State, great anyways. And that's because of the amount of pressure they put on early in the game. You can see they lost the pistol rounds, and past that point, they said, here's a curveball that's going to take them a while to figure out, and it did. But now they're on the attacking side. That Odin isn't going to work nearly as well comparative when you can't really just shut down these angles right off the get-go and spray through these walls. You're going to have to let your Reyna be aggressive. And honestly, that's going to play into their favor. Canaver hasn't had the biggest impact in the world, but has that potential to be crazy. We just haven't seen it yet. Even us, as spectators, with X-ray vision and all these statistics to work with, we're still not quite sure what the potential of that player is with the Vandal in hand. And that may be the scariest thing that Fresno State can't really take into its factor.
Always something to think about here. And again, in the pistol, this is a great way to kind of skill check your opponents once again. And you can see Sac State Gray pulling a playbook out of Fresno saying, hey, B-side's going to be our entry point. They're not rushing as hard, and you can see Fresno also giving them the time of day to go ahead and try and break open a window here, but it's a 4-player push. I'm going to get a bit more, but they gave enough intel. They said, hey, we've done enough. Let's go ahead and rotate over to A. Let's see what we can find here. And again, no rotations from Fresno means it's going to be a 2v4, 2v5, depending on where that chamber decides to go on the side of Sac State.
A big stance thus far, already looking to go ahead and get this pistol round underway, trying to finally get that push on the site. And Sugetsu's already there, ready for it. Even then, 3D's over onto the edge, sitting just kind of waiting in the monks in those showers. Just good patience here from those two, knowing that, okay, something didn't happen over towards B. Something didn't really happen in A now because the spike didn't really go down. Sugetsu's already ready for that as well, making it beautiful exchanges across the field, just going back and forth, constantly ready for what's next. And he would have hit those shots as well to back it up.
One enemy remaining.
And I mean, God, you know what? I give Sac State Gray a lot of credit for that. A heck of a lot of credit for calling the rotate off the rotate. But again, it feels like if you aren't chasing for the kills, if you're only trying to get position, it's going to give the defensive team a little bit more information, right? You called it out. Sugetsu was ready and waiting off that defender side of B hallway, and they were happy to go, right? They were happy to sit here. They were happy to wait it out, and it's going to give them a huge priority case. Again, yes, you get the plant down, you get a little extra money, but no one's going to want to buy. You got 0 kills and almost no orbs. Queasy is the only one that was able to get a second orb off the plant. So, Sac State Gray, a little bit of a difficult spot. You're up against a judge and a couple marshals and specters. So, guns, of course, not in your advantage. Fresno State hoping to tie things up.
That's exactly what they want here. And even then, the nice little force to work with here could be plausible for darn sure. And even then, when you look at those lines going right down the likes of B-Long, that's what you got to keep your eyes on. Fresno State able to go ahead and get that first blood. You saw some peaks happening, but when you're have nothing but classics to work with, B-Long isn't the first place you usually consider and think of. You usually have a single player over there just to kind of make sure, check that box off, but having 2 set up is pretty odd. Pretty unorthodox, I'd say, out of the ordinary, but hey. Worked out for him. You see the push going right there, trying to happen out of hookah, but it's just not going to happen there either. Why? Paint shell already ready to go. Go ahead and grab one more. It's a 3v5. This push may not even occur. I don't think we're going to get a spike down because of just how well Fresno State's holding themselves and just kind of not even flinching considering the circumstances at hand.
Oh, a flinch resulted in a very nice hit onto Canaver. Very low on the HP scale, and so I'm looking for a bit more. You get another one, you get the body. Canaver is down after 2 shots. With the rotate out, you said it yourself, Mick. I mean, just the wall of Fresno is just too strong. A second flawless in a row, no kills handed over to Fresno. And not only that, no orbs, no extra orbs handed their way. 10 kills in a row for the side of Fresno as they now tie things up. I mean, yes, you can buy out for Sac State, but this is one of the best scenarios for Fresno to start off on.
It most definitely is. I mean, these situations when you get yourself 2 rounds on the board, you're kind of playing that mental game to a certain extent. But honestly, when you look at what you have to work with on the side of Sac State, you got these full rifles. One player has half armor because of how expensive Ray's utility is, and you're not really worried about that too much because, I mean, you still see the confidence pushing right through into B main. But you can't check B long without that confidence, knowing that possibly somebody's waiting in there in the monks with a marshal to work with, and once you throw out that layer, you know there's 2. That's perfect for them. They don't want to take that peak. They don't want to challenge that. They want to find an alternative avenue.
You can see here, they are choosing that alternative avenue. It's just that avenue is still leading into B site, right? It is still leading into that scenario. And I mean, it is a better option to go through, I think. It is smarter to go through hookah, as you were saying, cut down that line of sight. But the full backup from Fresno, they understand that, hey, this is a little bit dangerous. We got to play a little bit further back. And they're going to hold true. You can see here, Vince, though, said not a chance. We're still going to take you out. It's a hard push coming in as Canaver gets to, and you're looking for a bit more. Queasy can't find more than a little bit of damage, and Vince is going to look for that shot, but can't find it. 3Ds is going to find Carmi. That's going to be a nasty, nasty pick. 2v3 here as Sac State have the man advantage, but a little bit more could be on the way. Hookah now hosts to Sac State Gray, still looking for that plant and a little extra money. Louis is going to find Gozu, but 3Ds ready to go for one more. Finds the third. Are you going to find a fourth? No way. 3Ds, I gave you a lot of hype at the beginning. Are you going to clutch it out? You do! That's a clutch and a half, 3 in a row.
And a huge stance, keep in mind, I mean, that Spike was held hostage the entire time. He said Hookah was home to a couple of these defensive players. That's because they were making themselves home around that Spike, holding on the objective. You're not getting anything done without pushing us. This is the best case scenario for the side of Fresno State, and they made the most of every single last second of it. And you can just see them bathing in that victory inside their spawn. But, I mean, go ahead. Grasp at it, enjoy it, because you do have to run things back. The game isn't over just yet. Get into position. You have full guns to work with now, and you see, obviously, Sac State, they do not have the best weaponry to retaliate.
I'm just amazed that they still won that one, right? 3D's coming out with the clutch, and Gozu gets another paint shell kill. I think that's another paint shell. That is ridiculous right now. That is just ridiculous.
For util. Oh, no! As a raise. And speaking of free util, free kill coming out from Gozu as well. Just going ahead. I mean, you give one, you take one. And honestly, not the best situation. Consider how much money you spend on your gun compared to how much on a paint shell that you invest in. You're kind of at a net loss right now. But still, Fresno State still has themselves an advantage in terms of the actual players, in terms of the manpower to work with, as they do look to capitalize off that, having just reached, checking everything necessary, knowing what's possibly going on, having the crosshairs lined up and just taking the shots just for the sake of it. Absolute utter execution across the board with 4 players remaining. A nice little defuse to go down as well in 9th round to capitalize on it.
And this is terrifying now, right? Because in the first half, we saw 5 rounds go the way of Fresno State. They looked a bit wonky. They looked a little bit out of sorts, right, on their own attack side. Sac State right now feel completely lost after 4 rounds, right? They are now going to buy up. They're going to have full buy, right? That's the good time to take a timeout, which I do agree with. But the fact that it was such a hard shift from understanding that Fresno State may not be the best attackers, but my gosh, are they going to lock down that defensive side, leads Sac State to have to go, what the heck can we do, right? The defense is not as unorthodox as carrying an Odin into every single spot and just going ham and ripping through the 400 clips of ammo right there, or 4 clips of 100 rounds, whatever you want to say. It's a difference in just the overall tendencies of Fresno State. They are stalwart. They do not push without reason. We barely see them ever collapse outside of the initial spawn at the start. The only time they rotate is when they feel they have the appropriate advantage. They do not take any chances outside of a 60-40 in their favor.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, Sac State, you mentioned it earlier in that first half that Fresno liked to take advantage of the chaos. And that alone is playing into so much of a T in their favor in this half, considering that, sure, if they don't cause the chaos, they wait for it to come. And even then, they're better adjusted to it. You see that Sac State again and again and again are trying to, like, just bring all this utility, everything to scatter about. And Fresno, they say, we're the ones who are cool-headed here. We're not worried about what you're throwing at us. We're not concerned about that. We had a setup. We're not trying to plan every single last second out of this round. We're just letting you push through, grab those kills because we're just hitting those shots. And once again, scenarios like that, prepare for every single encounter. Just like Sugetsu is right there. It's those shots that you're hitting, you're doing it consistently, and you're doing it back to back to back to back for 4K out of Sugetsu. You mentioned the man's name. He's like the boogeyman. He's going to show up.
You know, 3Ds is the stalwart, comfort rock, the foundation to your team that consistently does well. Sugetsu is one that can absolutely come out of nowhere and wreck your day, right? As you said, the boogeyman, the one that, if given the opportunity, will run through your entire team. And you can see it here, right? Vince, Cal, and Gozu also doing the same, 15 and 11 on the back end. But Sugetsu hitting that 20 bomb with only 11 deaths, that is huge. That is absolutely phenomenal. And it's not going to stop, right? Again, Fresno have done this so well, force another save out of Sac State, and that's going to give them a chance at 11. This is a bully round, and they know it. They know that for once in their life, or once in this game at least, they can go ham. They can go wild and go crazy, and it's going to lend themselves to a little bit of a nasty repercussion to dead. But you know what? You'll take it. You're not worried. You have so much econ in your back. Bowie has a Spectre and is now going to look to get flushed out here. You're getting swung on by 2, and don't have too much, so 3Ds is going to pick up a 3K, and it's now 11. 11-7 is not where Sac State expected to be after finishing 7-5.
No, and I talked about it earlier. I mean, it was that pistol round. It was the element, the kind of curveball they threw out there initially in that last half, and it worked for him for so long there. But I mean, now when you don't have that kind of luxury of planning anymore, when you got players just kind of running it down, when you had to set the pace of the game, and usually the best pace that you were efficient at was playing it slow and letting people walk into you and you manipulate that. Now you're the one doing the walking. You're the one who is able to go ahead and make those game plans, but you can't really execute them and bring them to life yourself. You're more of a conceptionist. You're not much of an actual person, an executioner. So let's see what's going to go on here, because I mean, it just doesn't seem like anything's changing up. Vince Cabot to go ahead and grab that first blood once again onto Canaver. You're seeing these players trying to scrap stuff together, create a little bit of leeway in the map for each other, but with these 3 ultimates they can do that theoretically. You just have to choose correctly.
And I mean, look at this. Look at this. They want to go in so bad. They're going to try and take a chance. The Boombot goes out, and now a little bit of blind. Beautiful job.
Oh
2-man execution ends up in a 2K. Leaf goes, thank you very much. That was so easy. Look at that. That was so simple. And on the other side, Sac State Gray lost another, so they're down to 2. This is painful. In the first few seconds of the round, Fresno State have cleared out 3, and you can see all ultimates alive for Sac State Gray. They have not been given an opportunity to work here at all. That is so scary to think about.
Yeah, I mean, already, just you saw it earlier, and even in its kind of caliber to some extent, why you do see all these players being much better with their shots, they're kind of predictable to a certain extent. You know people are going to be in some corners. You know that you're expecting these shots out. And Sagetsu does, unfortunately, kind of miss one of those shots, and Bowie can make a little bit of a turnaround, but you heard that TP. You know what's going on. You're just choking around with the guy for Sagetsu. I mean, can't blame him for trying. I mean, in that spike, honestly, I don't think it can go down. Go ahead, throw it back, run to the spawn. Don't lose any more than you really have to. 3 players remaining alive for Fresno State. Theoretically, for this round, that they just kind of playing a little slow. But, I mean, honestly, looking at the stance of this game, seeing what they've done, Fresno State, their execution is almost perfect. And when they hear a Boombot, they already have kind of the double setup. They do the near sight, they throw out the paranoia, and swing on opposite corners. They make sure to play off of that. Almost instantaneous synergy. And it's almost just played perfectly. They wait for that chaos, or even then, they play into the game. They play into the hand of Sac State almost. They say, all right, we're going to play where you're going, and we're not going to place a couple bear traps or a couple snake bites, something for you to step into. We're going to let you kind of just swing right and put your mouth on our gun barrels. And that's something that you just can't really avoid too much, especially considering how stacked their pockets are now.
And I think this is going to be one of those times that we are going to see that hard, just like, let Sac State fly, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing all 5 ultimates available. This is like the clearest indication of what you were just talking about. If I don't see at least 3 ultimates dropped by Sac State, they did not want to win this map. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now, right?
Yeah.
You have lost so many in a row. You got to try something. And I mean, Griff, that's a great start. You need a little bit more. You need a bit more to really solidify that Fresno is not going to come back in. And I like this, right? Go ahead, throw out that Rolling Thunder, clear out space. This is appropriate. Very, very nicely done. And looking for a bit more. Carmi now has to get out of that space. And Sac State, what do you know? When you get a little bit utility going, once you have those ultimates rolling, you get a clean plant.
Yeah, still an orbital strike to work with to go ahead and stall out that time. That's really what they're trying to go for. And honestly, now that this post plant, waiting for the angles to be swung on, and this is where we saw Mixel earlier. Look really good and bringing that aggression. But honestly, if you're not expecting the showstopper to come right at you, you're not really looking forward to that. It makes a problem. All these ultimates that was available at their disposal now being completely gone. Sagetsu's going for that aggression. I love it. Hunting down the rain. It can't manage to get the pick there. Still has a Phantom in hand. But you got 3Ds getting that defuse off as best they can in the meantime. It's just not going to happen. 8-12, Sac State keep themselves alive. We talk about the ultimate saying, well, if you don't pop at least 3, that's exactly what they did. And man, they managed to get themselves at least one more to work with.
You know what? I love it. The end swing by Sac State. They knew they had an opportunity. And again, they needed to do that, right? That was not, well, it'll give you a better advantage. It'll push it from a 50-50 into that 60-40. It was, you needed to use those ultimates to give you like a 75-25% chance of making it onto site in a clean fashion without having to worry about dropping 2 or 3 members. And now, of course, you have to fight back, right? The understanding is you got 1 round, but you expended a decent amount, so... But you needed something, right? That's the problem with being backed up against the wall here in map number 1. An early orbital strike is going to leave it open for Vince to clap 1 for first blood once again.
Another one of those situations where, I mean, you go ahead and swing out, you're not really expecting something too much, and you're concerned about what could happen. And talking about concerns, so it's definitely right. You see a Nightfall kind of go ahead and hitting the entirety of your team. Vince Cal swinging out, getting 1 extra player to work with there in terms of death. You take those shots, even then hit it with the Headhunter on top of the Tour de Force. And winning against an operator holding an angle. For a final round underway on Binder, we saw a triple overtime the last time these two teams met. Fresno State said, look, you may have had a good start, but good God, we had a much better finish.
Defenders win.
From 5-7 to 13-8. I'm in disbelief, right? That is one of the hardest swings from we're not sure what we're doing. We're not sure how to aggress against this Odin, against this kind of ridiculous retake value that they have, to we're done. We're just done playing with you. We are done with your shenanigans. We're done with whatever you have to do. We're shutting this down right here and right now. And as you said, this is the map that did triple OT. This is the map that took them quite a long time to push through. The exact same map. It was there. And Fresno said, we are the ones that have improved more. And I love that fact. Now for Sac State, it's on them, right? They showed us a little bit of innovation. You said it. The Odin. It's cheesy, but it works. That's what you need to do. Taking a look at game 2, it's your map pick on Fracture. I mean, you got to bring some other cheese to the game, right?
And even then, I mean, we got to talk about Fractures more specifically. I mean, because obviously this next map coming up, I mean, we talk about the kind of planning that happens in the minds of these Sac State players. This is kind of a map that plays perfectly. This seems like a home court for them. This seems like their kind of territory where they could excel. Problem is, though, once again, I mean, honestly, they have a lot more avenues to spread things out. So something like Haven maybe kind of plays in their favor a little bit, as even though surprisingly they actually banned that Joker out. But I mean, regardless, finding areas on the map, looking to expand as much as possible and utilize that space to its fullest extent. Because if you have to push right through something, it's not going to look happy for you. Because, I mean, we talked about it, the kind of even dichotomy we had between these two teams in that first time they matched up in week 2. There wasn't much of a development. We talked about it in those first 2 weeks. Said, all right, these players, we're going to treat this almost like early rounds of Valorant, a little bit of a trial period, default, figure stuff out. I mean, they're just out here to play. They don't know what's going to happen. They don't know what developments are going to happen over the season. Fresno State obviously developed. They're seed number 3 now inside the entirety of the division and their region, and they're saying, we're facing you with the upper hand for a reason. We have won out darn near the entirety of our division, and we have to execute that same exact plan in playoffs. And sure, we lacked it in the first half, but goodness gracious, we brought it in the second.
And that's well and all good, right? And again, that is exactly what you want to do. The thing is we want to see even more from them, right? Because we know at the top of the tables in this division, there is an absolute monster. The one that we do not speak of, because if we do, I'm going to lose my next solo queue game. That's how bad it's going to be, right? So the idea that taking a look is going to be, again, we want to see Fresno lock down at least a solid play, but still look good on the opposite side, right? If you're going on Fracture, we did say that if Sac State are granted an opportunity to set up, they have a bit more value. For Sac State, we want to see them scramble a bit better. For Fresno, same thing to an extent, right? They do well in the scramble, but work well with your own setups, work well with your own utility, play some of those execute strats, because we did see one in Showers in right there, that they can do it, right?
Yeah.
We want to see more. We want to see more because, again, this map expands out in a bit further territory.
Yeah, and Fracture is definitely one of those places, as you said, that they can kind of flex out a little bit. But we're going to give them a little bit of a break, and us as well, to go ahead and figure things out, get that lobby underway, get stuff together as we do go ahead and throw things to a quick little break. We'll come back from map 2. So we'll catch you here in a second. Welcome back, everybody. Here, moving things along in map 2 of the series against the likes of Sac State Gray and Fresno State Red, looking outstanding here on the board for that first map that was their selection. All things considered, welcome back. My name is Mick. If you're just now joining us after that banger of a first map we got, and joined alongside me is Orbital. We're getting things really juicy here. We saw the likes of Sac State. We saw the potential they had in their brains of what they could accomplish when they're on the defensive side. And combined a very aggressive map, it was very impressive to see what they could have done, considering how much they can choke up, manipulate the minds of their opposition. And as they move themselves along into their home territory, I would say on the likes of Fracture, it's going to be a little bit scary, to say the least, of what they can get done there.
Yeah, so Fracture comes in a way that, anyone can talk about it, right? Anyone can say quite a bit, but the main thing that I am very, very curious about when it comes down to it is the fact that on Fracture, there is a big difference in terms how you can execute, right? Yes, there are certain entry points that do grant you a fair bit of opportunity and a fair bit of space to work with. The difference is how you get there, right? With Fracture, there's only so many alleys that you can actually enter from, and those alleys branch out into very open spaces. So the fact is you have to send multiple players in different directions, and if you do kind of wall up in one, it can create a little bit of a problem. And for the side of Sac State, This is a squad that really likes to have all 5 there ready to go and execute from that point onwards, right? They're a team that utilizes every bit of information to make it work in their advantage. And when we see that happen, we see them win fairly often, right? They get the entry, they get the retake. The problem is when they're broken down into squads of 2 or 3. For Sac State Gray, we need to see them be able to execute with only 2 to 3 members. Either that or be able to make some crazy cross-map executions as well. For the side of Fresno State, Fracture can play relatively into their own space, right? This is a squad that does well in 2 to 3 man scenarios. They are very, very excellent. They excel well in those scenarios. That's what we're kind of looking at. So the difference between the two teams can be quite stark. And again, maybe that's just me reading way too much into map 1. But again, you can't really change team play style as much from map to map.
You can't really change tendencies, muscle memory. I mean, there's play styles that players like to stick to, and sometimes they'll have agents that stick around to it, and sometimes they don't. I mean, if you have players that are just the best shots in the world and never miss anything, they can do whatever they want, but that's just not the case here. Speaking of cases, though, you're already having one already on the site coming out of Carmi, on that Neon, looking to bring that aggression, doing exactly that, able to go ahead and get a little bit of a trade coming through from Sac State, but still, Fresno able to go ahead and hold things down for a second there, but I mean, a little bit confused considering they still hear all these footsteps and can't do much about it until 3Ds has an absolute punctuation of the round on 3K. And not yet just a 4, but Vince with 2 of his own, able to go ahead and say, look, we got to get ultimate tick spread amongst everybody.
Yeah, it was a little bit too gruesome what happened there that we just couldn't show it to you guys. We're really, really sorry. That was brutal, right? We did see Carmi trying to lead up onto that upper balcony and say, hey, we got the back end, but 3Ds and Vince just holding down that little cubbyhole were ridiculous, right? The full house of frags that came out from them again leads into that fact that Fresno State hold well in 2 to 3 man scenarios, right? This is leading into our situation, and Sac State have got to realize this. The hard push, I like the idea. I like them pushing the limits, and again, it's a skill check. This was Sac State Gray's map pick. Again, opening rounds don't mean too much if it falls out to the certain way that it did before. But again, Sac State are going to try and make this as impossible for Fresno State as possible.
Well, slow and steady here for the start of the next round, considering that we already saw Fresno win out that defensive first pistol round, so it's going to look good for them. I mean, that's what they needed. I think, honestly, the more you give Sac State on this attacking side, that, I mean, they can find the splits, they can look good on those attacking rounds, but they just don't have the weaponry, and if you can round that away, you'll look that much better. Already good first couple picks come up from Gozen. 2K, holding down this on their lonesome, didn't even have to show anything or expose the hand of Leaf, which is a perfect situation. Still has that element of surprise to work with, and honestly, you know that it's going to be a full push. Just classic rounds. You don't buy anything up. You just give your best shot, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. A flawless to come through. Second round on the board coming up from Fresno, and they're looking to follow things up with a lot of weaponry, especially that operator there in their rear view.
You know what? I'm okay with it, right? Sugetsu last time played a very, very nasty jet, and this time taking a little bit of the back seat. I do like when players do this, and a lot of people are like, hey, the players like to play, a single character. And what I've known and what I've seen is players react differently on different maps. What I like to say is some players become map specialists. They know all the ins and outs specifically with certain agents. Like that, Gozu, like that.
Well, you throw one paint shell, say, honestly, give me another. It only takes 2 kills to refresh them, so why not just spam it, and maybe they're dumb enough to stand in place. Not really the case there, as funny as that be, but still, so many players falling just so consecutively on a rifle round that honestly, you got to get the rotates right here, right now. I don't care if you give up the site, if you give up a plant to some extent. There's so many guns that are just sitting there for the taking that, and even then, we don't see the likes of Sac State looking to pick them up and throw them off the map. They don't want to rob these resources away, and that's going to be a huge problem if you do see the rotation or maybe someone of a flank coming through, because that's going to be some big money for the taking there. But even then, maybe even better, a site for the taking for the side of Sac State if they can keep this going.
They're thinking about rotating back, but they're in for a very nasty surprise, honestly. That 3-piece did so much work, and now Sugetsu is just like, listen, I may not be on the aggressive, but I can still do
30 seconds
just as much damage. And Bowie is just hunting for kills, right? The spike is already down all the way back on that lower side, and I mean, you can't really do anything about it. So you're just hunting. You're hoping to pick up a frag or two, and you should get one. Boy, Vince was not seen. Wow. I, for some reason, thought Vince was seen, and Vince was not seen. So Bowie might get a very nice turnaround, might be able to get one more, but everyone hiding inside here. This is Peekaboo ICU. Everyone's running.
Oh.
He got one. All right, you'll take it. Bowie's like, got your nose.
Operator still held on to, though, a rifle to carry over as well. Sure, you don't have majority vote in terms of that, but I mean, good God, is that a lot better than the likes of what you got for Sac State, which have absolutely nothing besides just that one Vendel to carry over. So, I mean, you're saying it's a positive trade. It can die. We got plenty to work with, but still, considering, I mean, that round 3-0 for here on a start, Fresno State on Sac State's pick, this is exactly what you needed. We talked about concerning. I think Sac State, they're playing for the second half a little bit. That's where their, their defense looked much, much better than their attacking side on bind, obviously. But, I mean, we're not seeing that split. We're not seeing the creativity of this squad compared to what we saw on their bind, even on the attacking side. So I'm curious to see where exactly that could allude to or what could possibly happen from that. And even then, when you have a budget buy, it's not much you can do. But, I mean, Bowie able to go ahead and die as well there. But a little bit of a pickup, an exchange of the weapons, and saying, honestly, everything else I got from here is either sheriffs or SMGs.
I love the fact that he said Bowie almost like chose to die there. I'm like, I don't think anyone in Valorant chooses to take a death right there. It's just like, that feels kind of bad. Taking a look here, moving through, we can see a shift up towards that top side. It's going to be a chance to mirror on over to the B side. And again, with the Brimstone just hiding around on that edge, swinging back and forth, should be able to spot him out pretty nicely. 3Ds has been right here. Very, very good at spotting that out, and this time it does spot it and says and gives information, because around there, Griff is able to get to. Okay, that's a pick that I was not expecting.
Probably none of us were, but at least half the audience was kind of hoping for it at least see. I mean, in a 3v3 situation, still a spike has to go down. Sac State, they have themselves a little bit of advantage in a round that we didn't really consider them to get one, but Showstopper coming out, looking to go ahead and play that stall play for the time, and you angled it at the wrong spot. You already had that charge to go through the wall there to create a little bit of stall in time, and even then the Stinger doing work, giving Sac State their first round on the board with what I'd label as a thrifty, even if the game doesn't call it out.
I mean, it definitely was, and kicking it off, we do have to mention this kind of hard changeup for Carmi, right?
Yeah.
The Raze was what was played last time, and we haven't highlighted this too much because of the fact that it hasn't given too much glory, right? But the Neon trade-up allows for such a stronger entry point. And we were talking about, where does kind of the interesting points come out? I think it is this Neon. I think it's going to land on Carmi pretty heavily because we saw it there, right? Great entry potential, great way to cut off line of sight for Fresno, and it allows your team to work within the chaos as well. So really hoping that this specific Neon is able to get a lot of those opportunities and break open the barriers that Fresno State have laid up. That is called Sugetsu.
Yeah, that's the big first pick that you really want on the board. I mean, go ahead and find those exchanges, even in that missed first shot. It's just kind of the unfortunate part. Considering that we did see that shot almost land and kind of be the determining factor there, knowing that B would have been completely for the taking past that point. But still, looking at Brimstone doubling up on that trademark, I kind of like that idea, knowing that you see a sense of security. That's something that nobody's over here, right? That's why they put a trademark there. Nah, you got some follow-up, you got something ready, and even then you got a seize prepared, but not really landing. So unfortunate, considering those paint shells when they cross the board, you get somewhat of a lockdown there. But alrighty, when you see that there's 2 players down for Sac State, their push is not going to be nearly what they really could have done with it.
Taking a chance here, you can see a hard rotate, not a hard rotate, but a gentle one, I would say, out of Sac State. Trying to maneuver their way around, taking the high ground over here on A site, just testing the waters over and over again. But again, there is resistance in this back line, and Karmi is going to throw up that wall, try and get some info, but you're walking in between, and because you walked in your own wall, you just give yourself away. You aren't able to skate your way to victory here, and Fresno State are going to watch as the spike goes down. Yes! You're still going to push Queasy into a dangerous scenario there, getting Queasy from getting rocked back and forth, sprayed through the walls, and the final shots go down. Gozu finishes it off, and now collects Fresno, their 4th round of this game.
Yeah, keeping things chugging along and looking good, putting momentum into their favor, trying to say, all right, if we can just lock them down, keep on doing this again and again and again. They're looking super meticulous. They're finding themselves the opportunities they need. And they're just looking strong. That honestly, Sac State, when you see Neon, you're usually saying that's the head of the group. That's going to be the one making those pushes. And sure, Karmi's been great. You've been relying on him. But you haven't really created these opportunities for that player to go off, to really create that space they need, to really get that, I mean, all that utility kind of stacked it behind them, but still with their back facing towards it and more kind of facing the opposition. So it's a difficult predicament to be put into, and it's a very, very rough corner to kind of get yourself out of. But Sac State got to figure this thing out soon, because, I mean, we're kind of getting to these mid-stage of the half, and you're sitting at 4 rounds for the likes of Fresno State, 2 more to get an even half, and everything past that, it's just luxury.
I mean, at this point, we saw what Fresno State does whenever they want a little bit of luxury. They just bull rush through, what is it, 7 or 8 rounds in a row. I mean, they don't care. And right now, they're doing the same here. Their defensive still looks very stalwart here. It's just continuing over and over again. No matter whether the weapons are there or not, Fresno State take every round very seriously, and I do appreciate that, because this will translate into some of those upper matches as well. You have to understand that if an opportunity is handed to you, you cannot take it lightly. You cannot sit there and go, well, it's one that we've already won. It's one that we still have to collect ourselves, and Bowie is right now just trying to cause a bit of chaos. 3Ds is going to get the headshot. It's well done. 4 again, 5 rounds in their pocket. And they're looking to continue. This is not stopping at all. Once again, that was a gun round. And this time around, Sac State are going to have to work with this save. They're going to work with almost nothing in the pocket. Yes, a couple shares, maybe a bulldog, but nothing fancier than that.
Yeah, and it also comes down to these situations for Sac State of what they can manage with these kind of situations, with these thrifty rounds. What can they bring out from these scenarios with all these ultimates at their disposal? They have the overdrive, they have the tour de force, which is always going to be massive, and it's going to create these lineups, but we haven't seen Fresno kind of overextend, get to these points where that tour de force can go off and find these necessary kills. The only lineup you know you can possibly win and guarantee that a player could be there is towards B main. Once again, with Sugetsu already holding on to that thing, holding the angle, looking for those kills, waiting for just a mere elbow before taking that shot, and barely had the sense in the shot, but just a little mere millimeters over to another side.
I love the fact that both the chambers were going for that. They both said, hey, we're going to go for it, and it was beautiful to watch. Right now, though, a hard chase in. And again, we talk about the scramble from Sac State. When they work as 5, it works. And it works once again. They are able to plant down. They're able to hold on very, very nicely. But again, Gozu comes in with the retake. Sugetsu is going to take out Karmi. And the util is just going to decimate the team of Sac State. Queasy is able to fire back. Gets a great shot on Gozu. But you're looking for a bit more. Leaf is going to find Queasy. And I mean, you're down to 11 HP. You don't have too much. Bowie. You got 1 with the 2 of the force. But your race is now over. The fuse comes through, but you sniped through the smoke. You knew where the plant was, and you hear it again. Bluey is going to snipe, and you finish. It's a clutch up. Oh, I said it, Fresno. You can't sit there and say, we got the round already. It leaves it open. Bluey annihilates 4.
Man had mere literal, I mean, he had so many shots taken on him already, was stranded in that smoke, and you gave him that space.
You have to keep firing. You have to take turns. You have to put bullets down range. And, I mean, in a situation like that, the Tour de Force is the best gun in the game, without fail. I mean, when you get these lineups at medium to long distance, if you're not barrel stuffing this guy, you're not doing it right. And you gave him that space to excel, and now you have paid the price of giving the likes of a thrifty over to him. Fresno State, not really too stressed about it. They got plenty of money in their back pockets. A loss like that doesn't do too much because Gozu going right back to his paint shell ways. But still, when you have scenarios like that, one more round, you're locked at 10 now. And even then, think about the last round. That could have been the guaranteed even half with the choked out money.
Oh man, and with that newfound kind of aggression, you can see it working heavily in the favor of Sac State. They clean house. They just started to push, and it was Fresno State that said, we don't know what the heck just happened. It's a bully round. Well done by Sac State as they get the plan down, and they're not going to be worried at all. Bowie is able to finish off Fresno State, and I can't believe that happened. From going from a secured 6 to losing 2 in a row. 3Ds, I mean, we've seen 3Ds be able to pull off some crazy moments here. I don't know if you're going to be able to pull it off again.
Well, never sleep on a brim. If there's anything that you're going to really take away from this, you talked about 3Ds, keep your eyes on this guy, what he can potentially do in this game thus far. And with a bunch of utility to kind of be working with, you can go ahead and create an idea, create a game plan, and you can go ahead and execute that to some extent. Be ready for the player, go ahead and get the first. He had an idea where that third was and did have the shots to some extent, but close, no cigar. Another round underway for Sac State as they get themselves a third. So Fresno, I mean, you just mentioned it a second ago, they found themselves in what could have been a guaranteed 6. I mean, they were in a 4v1 scenario and ended up losing that. Super problematic. They can't let that get to their heads now because they even found the first blood in a round like this. But it seems like that kind of sporadic, overextended lines drawn across the entire field isn't going to do as much when you see that Sac State have a newfound confidence.
I mean, they're gonna be so happy because, again, not only have they won 2 in a row and, as you said, kind of broken that win streak of Fresno State, they've also cut down their purses here. Fresno State are currently sitting on what could be their last buy before having to save here. You can see a couple members zeroed out, I think, at 50 and 100. They're not in a good spot. They need to win this one, and so the Tour de Force is going to be crucial here. Taking a look, placed on B, taking a look down that long hallway. If they can get the kill, that's great. Fresno State need that opening. Sac State, though, this is unorthodox for them. Again, hard spread, deep spread. All members kind of spread out all over the range, and this is going to give Gozu a great chance at picking up a frag or 2.
Most simply could be. You already see that C's paint shell possibly going ahead and happening. How many players are there? What can really get done? But absolutely nothing if you're looking over towards the B side. You see a paint shell going down range, but that's just not going to do it. You look at the lap around, the defenders over on the A side, but the pressure is going towards B. You found that initial pick. You fight for that space. You get the kill up there towards tower. You know that Joker is wide open for the taking.
It's so easy for them. It's so easy. And now look at the entry points that Fresno have or don't really have. It's going to be off of amazing guns is what they're hoping to have. Vince is able to find one, but nothing more so. Canaver is going to get the plan down off in the corner. This is going to give an angle up towards the cubby up here. They're going to hide out. Great little shock to slow things down, but Leaf is going to try and pressure in again. A deep spread, but Leaf gets slowed down. Vince is able to find another kill. Carmi is down, and it's now down to a 3v3. Gozu comes around with the judge in hand, and I mean, it's down to a 2v3. The angle, though, Gozu is able to find one. Can you find another? Focus on getting the kills, though. That's what they're hoping to do. And Gozu swings for a third. Fresno State bounce back at the best time possible to secure their 6th round.
Their execution there just amazing. They check every single box. They utilize the kind of position they had. Obviously, you saw it right there. Gozu was about to die. Then you get the follow-up. You got Breach right behind you, giving yourself that backup. Vince is able to get that kill from that call-out that you made, and you just go for the coverage there. Meanwhile, Gozu, once again, pushing with that judge into a longer area where you know an operator is most likely going to be holding an angle like that, or at least some player at all to give yourself a different weapon to work with, to work for that long engagement in case somebody gets the lap around. Every single raid from Fresno was just it's so perfect there for that retake and making sure that they overwhelmed the numbers with just information that they had that was robbed away from their opposition. So a nice little execution, another nice little round to finally get themselves a 6, well deserved. And even then, speaking of 6, it could be much greater.
but almost Canaver sitting on 6 health darn near.
So close.
Well, Bowie said, hey, I know my buddy's on 6 HP. I got to help him out real quick. Goes ahead, snipes away Gozu, who is looking the wrong way. That's a huge frag. Again, Gozu has been pivotal in holding down some of these angles. The fragment kills and the absolute destruction that the util brings together means that Sugetsu gets an opportunity of their own. Canaver is down, Griff hiding inside the smoke. This could be an option, but Sugetsu was ready. Sugetsu who had the first steps and were able to play appropriately. Now with the 3K, Sugetsu is down, but Karmi drops 2 with the Eris, I believe, or Guardian. Beautiful shots to kick things off, and now looking with that spike, it's down to a 1v1.
Playing it slow and steady, wait for that spike sound to go down, see what you can get accomplished there, and maybe then I'm kind of a little surprised that Carmi hasn't picked up another gun yet. Looking to just play into that Spectre. Probably the teammates made the call that, okay, Leaf is lit a little bit. Don't go crazy here. Look to keep that gun. Try to keep it close. Let him force his positioning towards you. See if you can get the kind of shots off that you need that are necessary for those kills. But finally, a little bit of a call. You know that last player's under that pillar looking to get that spike down. You play it slow there, see what you can get done. Try to create that space. Close that gap as best you can. Carmi with the old sheriff in hand looking for a single shot. You know one's over to the left. Go ahead and pan out to the right. But a ring around the rosy. Almost the timing of a lifetime for Leaf to get those shots. Get that done. And says the Vandal. It's a better gun, so I got to be favored here.
Again, every FPS player knows that feeling of, man, the timing was just... If I had just swung or peeked that one way or that one angle, right, it's like a 50-50. You're just checking all the time. But beautifully done. Again, Fresno State dropped down to very low HP numbers, and because of that, again, they only carried 1 over. This is still okay for the side of Sac State, because even though you lost a round, it still feels like you're doing well in the econ perspective. You're keeping Fresno State from building a large bulk of what they're hoping to do, and you're going to keep them at the state for what could be the remainder of this half. So very appropriate on their end. Carmi, though, with a very late rotate on that rope line, or on the zip line, is going to lead to 2 trying to push into satellite here. Oh, and 3Ds was ready for it.
Oh, I mean, good exchange. Able to go ahead and make it 1-for-1, at least just out of Sac State. But I mean, you sacrifice a little bit more in the meantime. You have that one Brimstone. I mean, obviously not looking the healthiest of players, but I mean, alive to say the least. That's what you're thankful for. But considering the ultimates on the field, once again, a tour de force, that's where things are a little problematic, considering that PTSD is probably sneaking up on you.
PTSD, gotta check all the corners now, or gotta check that specific corner. Queasy just does not want to move too far, and again, not making too much noise right now, but with the timing that they have, Sac State going back to what works. Again, 3-4 members stacked up on this A site. Multiple pings going down here with all the smokes just being laid bare. Information is given. Sac State granted complete control over this site, except for the orbital strike, and Vince Cow is ready. A little bit of a brutal show of their own. I do like this call, and Vince is spotted out. So well done from Sac State.
My favorite part about this is just kind of the patience. They're waiting for the decay. They're waiting for the nightfall. They're waiting for it to go slow. And even then, they know no matter what here, somebody's isolated on that site. Somebody's in that corner. Somebody's going to be on that edge. And even then, they found a great little shot over onto Bowie. But still, Bowie is alive. He's in A-long, but finally shut down. I was thinking we were going to have another one of those situations, and I was going to have to absolutely saute Fresno State for letting that man sit in a situation like that all nice and comfy and a single little chokehold. But still, nay, they find those shots. They hit them eventually, and they get one more to work with as they manage themselves an 8-3 lead.
We're always holding our breath with Bui, right? We're always holding our breath. If Bui's the last one alive with an operator or the 2 of the force, things are going to get nasty, right? Things are going to get a bit chaotic and a bit out of control, and that's what it feels like. Right now, though, it does feel like Fresno State has started to account for that. This time around, they swing hard, they swing together, and they clear appropriately, right? You saw when they entered, everyone checked a different corner. That's the appropriate way to do it. You clear house, you get information, you don't exactly peek one by one, so you're able to take out Bui, but Fresno State, they've adjusted extremely quickly to this Bowie gameplay. And especially since the fact that we don't see that Odin coming out, it's only one style that you actually have to be worried about.
Yeah, and even I like this follow-up. I like this execution. A Nightfall with the Overdrive. The Overdrive doesn't do the most damage in the world, but when you have that decay in order,
that's honestly going to be enough for you to kind of make that impact, make it feel like it's an actual rifle. Go ahead and execute very quick kills, and even then, a very quick sight take as well to back it up, considering that, I mean, you're already sitting in a 5v3 situation for Sac State. You got that spike down instantaneously, and then you're saying, all right, this was the goal we needed. This is the push we needed. And even then, we don't have the best guns in the world, but still, we managed to get something done here, and we're capitalizing on kills as well.
They did so well, but now with the defusal, it should go down. Sugetsu is able to find Queasy, and I don't think they kill in time. Yeah, halfway point is great. That's all you need. So Fresno State sitting at 9, ending the half at 9-3. I mean, they look great. Sugetsu has been on fire this game around, and very, very impressive to me, right? Even though you're sitting behind Gozu by a fair margin, the stylistic kills that you have, the impact that the kills have, I think, are bringing it to the level of Gozu. No hate to Gozu, sorry, but Sugetsu has pulled out some of those immaculate, well-timed kills as well.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Sugetsu's kills, the difference of those kills was come off of pain shells. Crazy enough. Yeah, I mean, this man just presses a single button, throws it down into a chokehold, and surprise, surprise, Raze does Raze things, and that's kind of be expected to some extent. I mean, to get some kind of value out of that. I mean, it's not your fault that, sure, the likes of Sac State ran and 3 players died to a single one. None of us could have really done much about that. Sac State definitely could have. So, I mean, it's these chokeholds, these kind of necessary impacts in the game, and these little moments here and there that can either twist somebody up or give yourself the lead if you can really manipulate that fact. And Carmi looking to manipulate the fact that he now kind of has somewhat of a flank, but a Sky Smoke perfectly positioned there for the coverage of Fresno State on the site. They just utilize every bit of this so well, and they take the site almost flawlessly.
They clean house, and guess who's the last one alive again? Guess who is the last one alive? Bowie, and Bowie might... Nope. Okay, got some damage down. I was like, all right, Bowie's done a lot. I'll still give credit where credit is due, but Sugetsu was like, nah, not today. Double-digit round so far for Fresno, and they're looking amazing so far. I mean, they're going to go okay. Okay, Sugetsu, we see you. We see you. Went ahead, bought up randomly, and said, nah, that's only a joke. But the buy up from Sac State, so this is quite surprising, I think. They are going to buy up here, go with the Stingers, which feels like it's going to be very, very aggressive push here. They're just going to hard press. They don't give a single crap.
I mean, that's kind of the crazy thing about it. It's just how much aggression they're trying to bring in a round like this, knowing, I mean, what's at stake here. And honestly, I got to give every bit of respect to it. But problem is, when the trademark sniffs it out, there's just nothing much you can do. Fresno State looking to carry things along, saying, all right, we got that one. We just followed up. Do it again. Here we go. Thank you for the positioning. Thank you for pushing up close. Because now our guns do that much more damage. In a 4v2 situation, you lap things around. Honestly, I wouldn't really blame them if they just kind of play the aggressive game and go for A, but because the flank came around, they were concerned that honestly it was creating that space that much closer to those chokeholds.
I mean, you filter right in, and now it's going to be Leaf getting the plant. So Sac State, you're wondering what the heck can we do? Nothing. You can drop here as nice as it can go. Fresno 2 away from clearing out this map. And honestly, for Sac State, I harken back to what I said before. Not many people pick Fracture. There are very few teams that I think are well and truly practiced on Fracture. And the fact that Sac State picked it felt like it was a gamble. They knew they were up against a hard move, and just Fresno were expecting it, right? Fresno read it perfectly. These buys are looking a little bit botched here from the side of Sac State. And Fresno, if they keep up the same stalwart action, which we saw a little bit of a celebration at the end, feel like they got this in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it just comes down to another round like this. We can get a shutdown. What it means, Sac State, keep in mind, this is where they started their spree on bind, when they were on that defense, when they had the holds, and when they could go ahead and whip that Odin out. But this isn't the same map anymore. They don't have that element of surprise. They don't have that craziness. They don't really have the confidence to pull anything off, I'm assuming, in a situation like this. When you're down at such a large deficit, you have to climb that back just to get yourself into a tight game. This isn't a thing that we saw on bind. They didn't get that many in a row. We even then saw Fresno be the ones to actually be more triumphant, to come back from something crazy and really put their name in the books here. So And a push like this, finally getting onto the A site, a little bit of sacrifice. Some not the best guns across the board, but I mean, still, you're getting damage down range. You're hoping it can be exchanged out at some point because 3Ds is going ahead, putting in work. Everybody else overwhelming the site. It is 5-1, almost in the matter of seconds.
Bui's always the last one that's trying to right the team, and it's just not working here. Fresno State on match point. One more round, and I mean, what are we going to get to buy here? I mean, Sac State bought the last two, so you're still working with a weak buy. I mean, you can see a Guardian, yes. Or you please do all judges. Please just do all judges. Just go ham. Okay, well, you're going to do the bargain bin anyway. Sac State, I mean, they tried their hardest, and right now it feels like they're grasping at straws. Fresno State have done so well. And as you said, in Game 1, it was a comeback. Game 2, they started off on the defensive side, said, we are not going to let you through, and they have done so immaculately. They are taking control every step of the way. Right now with another buy, I mean, Canaver, you're doing the best, and you get the shotties off, a lot of damage down, but can't find the kill through the smoke.
Not as much to actually be expected, considering that, I mean, we saw that Gozu didn't die in a situation like that, and even they make the perfect read on the flank coming out for Bui. So those are two huge impact players that are now out of the game. Can't really do too much. Another Guardian to be tossed over to the side if you do opt to pick it up. But, I mean, the Spectres, the Singers, the Judge, that little combination they've had going on has done wonders for them. And it shows no signs of slowing down. As you push around to A side, you know players now with that little bit of a wall, kind of the fast lane coming out, but look at the flank. Kill doesn't happen there. Orbital strike going down lane. Possibly trying to get that damage. Griff is in a corner. It's a 2v2. It's possible, but good God, is it going to be almost extremely improbable. Shots from the site. Leaf to put an end to this. Not only just for the series, but the quarterfinals as they find themselves moving along.
That's the way to do it. You know what? We said we wanted to see improvement from the side of Fresno. We wanted to see them get away from the 3-game series. We don't want to see them go into OT against a team, and that's very frustrating, right, for them. So they came back. They said here in the playoffs, regular season doesn't matter. We're taking this like a fresh squad, and they do work. From start to finish, they seem in control. Yes, their attack needs a little bit of work. On Fracture, it came together very, very well. I will say a lot of 5-man pushes, a lot of clean execution. Let's see if they can do it again. And again, to Sac State, no hate that way. They tried their best, just on the day, Fresno State were better.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, right? When you get around to it, you look at this whole map that you kind of went ahead and selected yourself, and you choose it, and you're like, okay, they're probably going to go for the side that we look a little bit stronger on to be that second area. We just have to fight for relevancy. 3-9. You said, all right, that box is now checked. Then you got to have a plan for the pistol round. That's the biggest thing. I mean, 3-9 comebacks don't start anywhere else besides that pistol round. 3-9 curses never happen unless you grab that pistol round. Otherwise, then it becomes a 3-10 curse. And that's just not the rules. You have to do it at a 3-9. You have to start. And that's just not where it goes. When you lose that pistol round, you feel desperate. You look at the stance of the scoreboard at that point, and you realize that things are kind of getting out of your grasp on your home territory. You're thinking that, okay, well, if we can't do it on the pistol round, maybe throw a curveball out there. Get a force on the secondary, then force on the third. It's just like you're in this constant spiral of just kind of being left rendered useless. And that's what we saw there in that second half, as we didn't even really get a taste of what was capable of it.
Yeah, and I think that goes into next season as well, because I would love to see this team and how well they improve. I think there were some players that could really show some immaculate improvement over the offseason, right? We're taking a look. Number one, Bui again. I know I talked about him at the beginning. Again, still looked great through all the games. Yes, in Game 2, looked quite rough, and for good reason. It's very difficult. I mean, Fresno played perfectly. Game 1 still posted up 21 frags, topping out against everyone in the lobby for average combat score, only below Sugetsu, right? So Bui is a star player here, can play very evenly across the board. If you get a couple teammates that are also able to play up to that standard, play evenly, play consciously, I want to say, in that kind of teamwork fashion, and play a little bit more into the faster nature of the game instead of having to prep the entire time, instead of having to set up as 5, we could see a brand new Sac State, I think, one that can contend against those in this Challengers division.
Yeah, that'll be really fun to see, and even more impressive to see as they go along and kind of pressure themselves through and look at the rest of these playoff brackets. But still,
we're not done just yet. We do have the opportunity for an interview to go ahead and bring in one of these players, see what they thought about that matchup. Because sure, as much fun as we had watching it, and even as much of a stomp as that second game might have been, there was still probably some impactful moments that had to be decided. So we're going to go ahead and get their opinions, figure out what it is after we come back from the short break with hopefully one of these players ready to go out of Fresno. We'll catch you then. Welcome back, everybody, here to the conclusion of the likes against Fresno State and Sac State Green in the Challengers North Pacific region. We got ourselves a special little guest here on the desk now. It's been the likes of Vince. Obviously, congratulations, Chief, for your your win, getting yourself out of quarterfinals, moving to semis. How does it feel to just know you have this pressure off? You're not dropped out first round. You get to keep on going along.
Honestly, yeah, it does feel really good to win the first match, and yeah, it feels really good, really good.
Of course, and I mean, taking a look, you guys played against Sac State Gray back in week number 2, and I mean, week 2, let's be honest, that was a grind for you guys, right? Working up well over 70 rounds, and then I mean, taking a look at game 1, which is mine, the one that you went to triple OT, when it got down to the numbers, I mean, you guys were down quite a few rounds. How are you feeling in that game 1? Because something happened in the second half, right? What happened? What changed your mentality? Because that game, that absolutely flipped on its head. What happened?
So from week 2, when we first went against them, that was actually our like second game ever playing together. Like we weren't scrimming or anything. That was our second game ever playing together. And so we played them, and it was so close. Confident this, and so on attack combined, we're struggling a little bit because we don't have a Sova or anything to like get the opper off the angle. But once we got to defense, we knew that our fade combo was going to be solid. Our ops on B were going to be solid. Our holds and our counter strats to their pushes were going to be unbeatable. And so, like on defense, we only dropped 1 round.
I mean, you guys ran it, and 100%. You only dropped 1, and then going into Fracture as well. This is a map that not a lot of teams seem to practice. However, it was Sac State's pick, and it seemed like they were trying to throw you off your game, and yet you guys came by with an absolute bulldozing in the first half on defense. Not only do you guys seem like a very defensive, well-rehearsed defensive team, is Fracture also in the rotation? Do teams have to be worried about that one as well for you guys?
So we've only played Fracture 1 time. But we knew that people were going to play it against us. We knew that people were going to ban Ascent, and so we've been practicing Fracture like a couple times this week. Actually, we've been doing scrims, and we figured the first time we played, we weren't very good on Fracture because it was a really close match. So we kind of switched people around, making it more comfortable for our Raze fade combo, because I was previously on Smokes, but I said that I would play Initiator, and we would have our Duelist on Chamber instead. And after we scrimmed on Fracture with this new comp, we felt pretty confident into this one.
I can't really blame you. It worked out in an outstanding manner, especially there in that first half. You got yourselves a good lead, and even then falling over, you put the pressure in and you put the ball in the court at Sac State there, and they just couldn't really hit the shot. But even then, to go ahead, lap things back around to that first map, because I'm still intrigued by this because I've never seen the likes of it before. What are y'all going to do going forward if you run into another Odin anywhere in the game? Because it seems like you guys could not get your head around that gun being in the game. Like, it just didn't exist for the longest time. And it's just a weird adjustment that you have to make on the fly.
Yeah, so the first couple rounds, that Odin was going crazy. And so I think in like the last 4 rounds in which we took, we kind of just said, we're gonna dog him, and then we're gonna insta satchel into his face, and he's gonna be crouching, so there's nowhere to run.
Yeah, that's the perfect solution. That's what you got to do. A lot of these teams do struggle with that. Even though you have to play around the smokes in that regard, you can't let it be an open lineup for that. So you made those great adjustments. You obviously had the heads on y'all's shoulders to be getting things done along, and even then, congratulations once more for even making it along, getting in the semifinals, because that next one, we're not really sure what the matchup's going to be, but it's going to be interesting nonetheless to know that semis, obviously, whether it's an upset, a domination, regardless, you're going to be stacked across the board. So congratulations to y'all once more. We're going to close things out here for the night because sadly we didn't have that first game, but we got ourselves some pretty good clips for the last one. So thank y'all for joining with us. We'll be right back here, same time, same place next Monday, but don't miss out anything because we got plenty more NECC action throughout the rest of the week with all their different titles. So we'll catch you around. Good gracious and good night.